Hey, Chevrolet. I need to adjust this. This thing, dear Lord, that microphone is picking up me and the rest of the world at this point. It's good to see you. Good to see you, Chevrolet. Happy you're back. Very happy to have you back. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, sorry about that, Stranded. Good to see you as well. Yeah, I guess 5 hours in, stream cut. And then almost 2 hours in, the next stream cut. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know if it was my internet cutting out and being spotty. Like, I had that issue last Thursday where the internet just completely failed. I think it was last Thursday. The internet failed and I was just screwed. And then happened again. And last night it cut out. I was like, oh shit, here we go. And then it cut out again. I was like, oh shit. And it came back up. But legitimately, if you're paying attention, if you watched all three streams, which I appreciate the hell out of you, Stranded, for watching all three streams on the replay. But you'll notice David comes in, like you probably heard him in the voice on the second stream, like when it fired back up, because I didn't even know the stream had cut. David hadn't hopped into Discord. He was like, right, you're just bloody talking to yourself, right? And I'm like, oh my God, what are you talking about? And I look down and the chat's still moving. And then I look at the actual stream picture and it's like your next video or whatever is queued up. I'm like, what is going on? Yeah, that was some crap. Yeah, I maybe I did anger the YouTube gods. That's a good possibility. Oh, yeah. Good to see you guys. Um, we are at 115 subscribers. Shout out to the new subscribers. I don't know who we picked up. I appreciate you. I know during the stream last night, one dude jumped in and he asked me like the Rip Charlie Kirk was I being sarcastic or serious? I was like, I'm being serious. I was like, I don't care what your political thing is. I'm politically pretty much neutral. Like I'm right up the middle with it. But I don't want to see anybody on either side get killed or whatever. He's like, I'll see myself out. And I'd like to give that guy a shout out because he could have been a dick and been like, oh, he's a scumbag and like whatever his opinion was. Instead, he was just like, look, stream's not for me. I'm gonna dip out. So shout out to him, um, because disagreement on opinion, and that's fine. That's fine. That's public discourse. I'm all right with it. He wasn't a douche about it or anything else. He just dipped. Yeah, I think you know what, Stranded. You're right. I didn't even now that you mention it, I kept thinking like, what did I say that really was like pissing in the cherries of YouTube? Oh yeah, you're right. The AI was listening. Yeah, it's like, oh, you're not going to say anything bad about me and my brethren. You're not going to say anything naughty about us. All right, so let's take a look. So when last we left off, Gandalf here, which I still got to repaint the hands on him, like the actual bandages. I just wanted to get a white base coat because it's a little bit lighter than everything else. Gandalf he's looking all right. Um, we mainly got to work on the base. I got to do the hands, touch up on the face, or what have you. The problem is I got to do this damn little do this so it focuses the camera on it. Oh boy. Sometimes if I bring it in and out, it'll pull focus. But, let me actually turn that shit the right way. But it's Fellowship of the Rings, so that's going to go on the side of it, and it's actually the one ring that is surrounding it. That's got to get turned black, so that means airbrushing and filling that out. And then we got a pretty intricate base, but the reality is it's probably just going gold. And in a good part, like the scrawling on it and stuff. I'm gonna see if I can't just nail it with gold real quick in part. I was gonna do like gray, but I don't know. I think I'm gonna jewel it out, make it gold and silver, give it like some silver bands or something. But that, Gandalf's pretty much done. The good thing is this guy, and I measured him. He is about a foot tall when all put together. But good old Mr. Kruger here, I had this issue with him. What's up, Eugene? Good to see you. And, and today we watch GAM paint GAM. That's all, folks. Right. I gotta be gentle as hell with this claw. This thing. This thing is super fragile. But Freddy needs to get black painted because he is going to get done very soon. The problem I ran into with good old Mr. Freddy here, and I'll show you guys in a sec. Let me get all his parts out so we can look at what we're going to turn black tonight. So the face is creepy as shit, especially with the hat missing. As soon as that thing actually decides it wants to focus on something other than Gandalf in the background, which is, but yeah, Fred Krueger, right? Face the hat with the hat on. Pretty damn detailed, creepy, what have you. But like I said, he's about. I checked it out. He's about a foot tall, and classic pose. I've seen this a dozen times on the movie poster. Once he's in black, it'll really pop. So with the claw up and everything else, the problem I had run into. Let me take this all apart gently. Like I said, that claw is super fragile. It's got me worried. The problem I ran into. These are the legs for it. So whoever did the model, they did keying cutting, and I tried reprinting the legs a couple times. This is his ass. See, like the way they had it keyed, it's supposed to go together and snap in there tight. And there's this huge gap. You can see it right down his crotch. And on the back, you definitely see it in his ass, right? And then that fits into the bottom half like this, which actually fits very snug. That's probably because of the crack, what have you. But yeah, I couldn't overlook this. Like that's some serious. This is some plumber Freddy the plumber's ass crack, right? So what I did, I went in the blender and I took both of these leg pieces and moved them back together and seamed them together and merged them into one thing. So what I came out with is this. It's one solid piece. You can still see there's like a line here. Well, actually, I don't know if you can see or not. See if I can't get it where it covers up Gandalf. Yeah, you can see the line here, the seam. That's actually two pieces welded together. And then I had to cut it a bit or trim it down a little bit. Still fits in there nice, pretty damn tight. A little loose in the back, but it's actually solid and perfect. No giant ass crack. No crotchal area deformation. None of that. So he's got to get turned into turned black tonight, and I'll probably start off with that first. But yeah, then Fred Krueger's ready to go. He'll. I don't know if he's going to be next on the bench. May do one in between there. Move the painted Gandalf off and this off. It's everything I need to get in the black. But yeah, he the other problem I'm running into is the base is cut into four pieces and they don't align. There's gaps in it probably about this wide. So I'm going to go and take the entire base, weld it back together, and make it into two solid pieces instead of four. and then hollow it. The only thing is, it's going to be a pain in the ass. It's going to be a lot of work. By the way, oh, my kiddo, yeah, oh yeah, kiddo dropped by. And I don't know if you saw the short or not, but you can definitely tell it's my kid because it's like her riding her dirt bike or whatever, and then I guess she dumped the bike. Um, but she did a short, and it's like, then I go and screw it up by saying something crazy like, and all of a sudden it's like, goddamn motherfucker. She's like picking up the bike. Yeah, seriously. Maybe he was scratching his ass with that claw and just got dug in there a little bit too much and just opened it up. Yeah, oh yeah, that's what that was about. Stranded. I responded to him. He said in chat, he was like, "Are you serious or being sarcastic?" Um, and yeah, 110%. I was being serious. Like if it had been somebody on the left, like let's say it was Tim Waltz who got shot or Kamala Harris or something, I would have said the same damn thing. Like I would have been like, "Rip Kamala Harris." You know, um, I don't want to see anybody get killed like that over having a different opinion or any of that stuff. Like shit's not cool. It's just simply not cool. He's got young kids and a wife and all that he'd left behind. Like, I mean, there is something I realized about myself earlier, and I'll get into that in a little bit. I don't think I want to start the show with that, but I definitely think I might be broken, guys. Um, and it's a lot of the comments I've seen about the Charlie Kirk thing. What's going on, Paul? It's good to see you, brother. My roving reporter rebel, thank you. Like I told you last night that from now on, whenever you report something, immediately I'm going to look that shit up just to see how bad it is. So this way I can actually give an informed take because you've been calling stuff out recently that's just unbelievable. Like you're pointing out stories that happen 2 days before they blow up all over the internet, all over everywhere. You definitely got your finger on the pulse, and the other one's giving a high five or touching a booby or something. But you definitely nailed that stuff out. Yes, yes, a bunch of firings have occurred over Charlie Kirk's death, and as a matter of fact, did I put that? Yeah, Red Hood firing. So I was going to talk about one of them. What I mean, I know there's one that's a video game company. Something I think it's on like Ghost of Yokai or something like that. I had seen that one right before I went live, but the one that actually my wife sent it over to me earlier, and it was they hired a transgender, and I don't know if it's a man or a woman. Like honestly, I honestly don't know. I just know it's a fat sloppy fuck. That's all I know about this person, right? Like seeing a picture of him, I'm like, is that a dude that transitioned to a woman or a really ugly woman that transitioned to a dude? I can't tell, right? Either way, they're a fat sloppy bastard, right? And apparently DC they have DC Comics are launching like Red Hood, and they had 3 books done. Like whoever this person is had 3 books done for him. They posted something about Charlie Kirk and like I'm glad he's dead. Something like nasty like that. DC Comics canceled the number 2 and number 3 because number 2 is supposed to come out in October. Number 3 is supposed to come out in November. Canceled both those books and then told comic book retailers, so comic book stores, Red Hood number 1, we're giving you full credit back so you don't have to pay for that book. It's free. Just, like send it back to us, whatever you want to do with it. But yeah, that whole series is now trashed. They immediately fired that person. And then they gave a statement. Let me see if I can find that statement. I actually have it. But yeah, and good on DC. Like, that's James Gunn's DC. He's not screwing around, apparently. I don't know if he's over the comics division or just a movie and film into things. But yeah, he's not messing around. Let's see. I can blow this up so everybody can kind of throw that up there. But yeah, following massive backlash, DC Comics has officially canceled trans writer Gretchen Felker Martin's Red Hood series after just one issue. First issue was released on Wednesday, but DC has now pulled the plug on all future installments. In a notice sent to comic book retailers, DC said DC Comics cancels existing orders for Red Hood number 2 and Red Hood number 3 and any orders for future issues of the series. DC Comics will credit retailers for all invoiced copies of Red Hood number 1, inclusive of copies that may have already been sold. When asked by Popverse about the reasons behind the cancellation, DC Comics issued a broader statement. At DC Comics, we place the highest value on our creators and community and affirm the right to peaceful, individual expression of personal viewpoints. Posts or public comments that can be viewed as promoting hostility of or violence are inconsistent with DC standards of conduct. So yeah, and here you go. Here's a picture of the person. That's what they look like. Like I said, I can't tell if that's a really ugly woman or a really ugly dude, but whatever. Like, they're canceled. They lost their job. Congratulations. You are now without gainful employment, ma'am or sir, or it, whatever the fuck you are. Oh no, that's fine, stranded. Um I caught that, but I was like, there's National Guard in every state, so you're technically right, right? It wasn't, you didn't say they were out patrolling, you just said they were there, and technically, they are. What's up, Essie? How are you? Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of posts, and it like, people laughing about the situation, everything else. I think they're all going to think it's funny, but last night I was racking the brain and I was pretty damn tired. And I mean, I'm pretty sure you can tell on stream when I'm starting to get tired. Um, and I didn't have Smurf there to bounce shit off of, which always helps, when I have Smurf in the chat or whatever to talk with. It keeps me up. It just kind of keeps me frosty and on my toes. But yeah, I kept trying to rack my brain on, like, okay, what could the game be? What could the game be? And then I watched Trump's statement that he had, because Bob had said something about, like, yeah, Trump's addressing the nation last night. So I watched it today. Shout out to Bob. And I was like, holy shit. The way he worded things, it sounds like he's going to deem Antifa and trans activism, like groups, terrorists, domestic terrorists. If he does that, then he can go now into sanctuary cities, whatever, and he can force the Democrats to say they're defending terrorists. Oh, you're in support of domestic terrorists. Are you going to support the Ku Klux Klan next? Is that where we're going with things? You know what I mean? So politically, he's using it to an advantage, but I don't know how I feel about it. It's the whole thing I've said about martial law. It's worrying to me as well. But that would be the gain for the Republicans, is that he would be able to push in and take down, like, actually go and use the FBI on Antifa and take them out. SE Wolverines! Wolverines! But yeah, that's what I came up with. But as far as that goes, and they released a picture of the shooter today. Apparently, they found the rifle, and man, this whole thing, this is a fucking weird situation, guys. Like the whole everything is weird about this stuff. I mean, seriously, seriously weird. Like he didn't use like a modern AR-15, AK-47, none of that stuff. He used an old ass Mauser. So looking up 30 caliber rifles, the search returned, yeah, the Mauser, but the M1 Garand would be another rifle, bolt action. Like it's a hunting. I'm like, wow, he used a hunting rifle. Hmm. Gee, that's peculiar. So, and then seeing the guy, I'm like, okay, he does look like he's probably like 25 to 30. Like right there in that college range. Like he could pull off older or younger, depending. But it was definitely a younger guy. And I'm like, he's an old ass rifle like that. I think maybe like his dad or his granddad was in Vietnam or something and had the rifle and he like stole it from him or what have you. If it comes back, this guy's from Portland, um, somewhere like Georgia, South Carolina, Alabama, somewhere where guns, West Virginia, like somewhere where guns are pretty prevalent, hell, even Texas, that when they catch him and it turns out that's where he's from, I'll kind of believe the story a little bit more. If it turns out he's from somewhere like California, I don't know that I'm going to believe the story as much. It definitely, something will feel completely off at that point. 30-06. Yep, semi automatic. Yeah, you're right. Although I have seen, I swear to God, why do I think I've seen an M1 Garand that was a bolt action for some reason? Like it had a magazine to it, but it was bolt action. Unless I'm thinking of a different rifle. Dude, SE, you got to do work. You got to do work, man. We ain't trying to hold you here and be like, yo, man, you have to stay in this chat. God damn it. If you got to run, you got to run. It's all good, brother. I appreciate you just being here to begin with. The thing that throws me off though is for as skilled of a shot as it was, when I first heard the news report, because apparently the FBI has him going through, they've tracked his whole motion, going through the building, going up to the rooftop, the whole 9 yards on camera, and they're not releasing that to the public. But apparently, he got there under an hour before the event began. So at first, I thought they said he got there an hour before the event began, and I was like, okay, that makes sense. He's setting up windage, he's checking distance, everything else. And then finding out it's under an hour, I'm like, damn, he actually set up pretty quick. It's crazy. So it's what you call it? It's a it's a technically it's a clip, not a magazine. Really? Okay, that's what I'm thinking of. The M1903. That's what I'm thinking of then. For some reason I thought it was an M1 Grand. Okay, cool, Rogue. I mean, look, I'll defer to you. But then again, if you show me a ninjato or a fucking katana, or you know, we can go through them, and I'll be able to break that down to you, like what the difference is. But when it comes to guns, I'm not good. Yeah, I hear you there, Rebel. That's one of those things. Like, okay, so there's certain things that when they're announcing it and they're reporting it, I did see that, and it was like Antifa and trans like slogans on the casings, I guess, or the bullets or whatever, and on the gun apparently too. I had seen something about that like engraved, and I'm like, what the fuck are you, Deadshot from DC Comics, like Suicide Squad? You're Deadshot now. You're going to engrave stuff. Like the other guy that went into the church, the one that went batshit and you know, took out those children, that piece of shit. Um, he had written in like Sharpie marker. So at first I was like, wait, are they talking like he scrawled on it? But no, apparently it's engraved. Um, that's it. Like, yeah, I was like, he had it wrapped in a towel. They found it wrapped in a towel. I'm like, what the hell is the towel for? And then I was thinking about it. If you use an oversized scope, you would put the towel over it to cut down on the glare, the flash from the when you're sighting in a scope, how you can get the sun glare that flashes back to warn somebody that you're scoping them. You know what I mean? I was like, maybe he put the towel over it because that shit doesn't make sense. But they said they found footprints. I want to say a forearm and a palm print near where the gun was found, and they're pretty sure it belongs to the shooter. Like all that stuff is the shooter's. Like, so I'm guessing he must have been sprinting through this small neighborhood that's in back of the university in a wooded area and tripped while he was running and just left the fucking gun and kept running. Now, Rogue, you're fine. I would prefer to be corrected because then I know and I'm not saying some bullshit. You know what I mean? So by all means, I'll take the well actually. I'll take it from somebody who has knowledge on the subject that I don't have. Like, I don't know every fuck. I don't know everything. If you can correct me on little things like that, I appreciate it. And there's no offense to it. I did see Cash Patel's on it, and so's Dan Bongino. Apparently, both of them are on their way. Like they're going to show up and break the case wide open. I don't get it. I think they should be. I don't know. Like, what are they going to uncover? Like the two of them going there, is that just to kick people in the ass or to show that they're serious about things? Like, what are they doing? I don't understand. And then I watched a lot of different people's takes on it. I think ABL did, he did a video earlier. I didn't watch the video. I just watched like the intro to the video. I didn't even click on it. I just, if you mouse over a video, it'll play and I can see the words or whatever. It comes up with closed captioning. And he was like, yeah, I didn't do it. Normally I do a live stream on Wednesdays. I didn't do it last night because that would be all we would talk about and everything else. And so I don't know how he sounded when he was talking about it. The one that sounded like complete bullshit to me when I heard his take on it was actually Ben Shapiro. Yep, and just speak from behind bulletproof glass from now on. That's the real trick now, isn't it? But yeah, Ben Shapiro, his take on it. Okay, I could hear the anger and everything, but there was a couple times where he did this crap like he was gonna cry, but it was completely forced and it looked completely forced. Like he was like, I told Jeremy Boring he was going to be the head of the RNC one day. And, 50 years from now, he probably going to be president and all this other stuff. And he does like this dramatic pause after he says it. And like just watching it, I'm like, yeah, bro, if that's the level of your emotion, like your wife must be a lonely woman because you've got no emotion to you at all. It was like a lizard trying to fake being human. Like it was, I don't know. There's something about it that was just very off putting to me. I mean, hey, look, good on ABL, and I'm sorry he lost his friend. I really am. If he was friends with Charlie, I'm sorry he lost his friend. You I know personally that's a very rough thing. Um, well, I don't think they were planning on anybody taking a shot at him either. So that's just it. Why did security let somebody on a rooftop or whatever? I, I don't know. I can't even fault security for that. Steven Crowder has done probably like 100 change my minds more or or what have you. Ben Shapiro used to debate people in a college all the time. Nobody ever took a shot at them. This is the first time that somebody's actually taken a shot at somebody who goes onto a college campus. And they've had hostile people like remember Brandon Tatum did one where he's on a college campus and like a bunch of protesters showed up and like ripped his sign and like started grabbing stuff off the table and like throwing it and all this other stuff and then B Tatum like pushed one of them back like just one handed like almost threw the kid on his well actually did throw the kid on his ass but he just like barely touched him. Yeah, and there you go, Se. That's kind of where I'm at. Is the drone technology nowadays? You think somebody would have a drone watching over the crowd? Yeah, I mean, well, the whole thing is so Charlie Kirk's message, as mad as people would get at him, like as pissed as people would get during their debates with him, there was never a sense that somebody was actually going to do anything to him. You know what I mean? Like, I'll be honest with you, when my wife came in and told me, like, oh yeah, Charlie Kirk just got shot, I'm like, what? Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, that was my reaction. Get the fuck out of here. There's no way. And then, sure enough, I pop it on and it's like, yeah, Charlie Kirk shot Utah and blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, God damn. Like, it caught me completely off guard. I was like, really? Somebody actually shot him? Because I don't see him as like it's if somebody took a shot at Trump, somebody took a shot at JD Vance, even Marco Rubio, I would understand, right? Because they're high up in government. Charlie Kirk's just going to the campuses and debating kids. So I'm like, like I couldn't see it. But yeah, sure as shit, somebody did because I've seen so many debates with Crowder and Ben Shapiro and all people like that over time that I never even thought like, well, somebody would take a shot at one of them. Actually, the whole thing is and maybe this was the difference. So with Ben Shapiro or Steven Crowder, when they would argue with people, Like if you go back and watch their stuff, you can tell they didn't change anybody's mind. They didn't really affect anything. Charlie Kirk was actually affecting culture and kids. Like they were like, wait, you know what? He's actually making points. You've got no defense to it. You can just say he's got a tiny face on a big head. You know what I mean? Stuff like this, or insult him directly, but you're not beating his points. And kids noticed that and started to gravitate towards it. So I think he was actually making inroads, and that was part of the reason why it was like, oh, you are a threat. You're an actual threat. Steven Crowder, people just kind of like, whatever you douche canoe, you know, and Ben Shapiro, it's like, yeah, nobody cares about you. But Charlie Kirk was actually making inroads. Well, the whole thing is, according to the FBI, even if the doors weren't locked, they had security cameras that tracked this guy going up to the roof. So it was all campus security out on the quad. I mean, there were 3,000 people there, 2,000, 3,000 people. So maybe security was so distracted with the enormous crowd out there that they weren't watching cameras. But if you're watching a camera and you see somebody going up a stairwell that they're not supposed to be on, wouldn't you dispatch security immediately there? Like, yo, what are you doing up here? Yep, I saw that too, Rebel. Rebel, you're right. Trump is giving them the Medal of Freedom. Posthumous, I can't speak. Hum, oh my God. After death. Yeah, I mean, Charlie Kirk had a very, but the big thing was the trans right activists and everything else could not beat him in a debate. If you watch any debate between him and a trans right activist, he would beat them, and he wouldn't be rude to them. That was the other thing. Like Ben Shapiro, they always did the sunglasses and the joint or the blunt in his mouth and all that, you know, and thug life. Charlie Kirk didn't do all that. He did it in a very such a polite way and was respectful when he did it, no matter how disrespectful the person was to him. That's what made the impact, in my opinion. Was, oh, he didn't have to go and insult you and make you look stupid. He's just using your own words against you. Like he's just proving his point and then being like, hey, look, I wish you the best. We don't agree, but I do wish you the best. Yeah, I can't stand him either, Rebel. I agree with that, with the Andrew Tate statement. I don't like him a little bit. He's a douche. You know, people in chat have told me he's got a good message and all that, but I'm like, yeah, but the messenger is flawed and not a good person. And that might be the difference between him and Charlie Kirk is Charlie Kirk was actually by all accounts a very good person. So that's part of it. And I think that's why so many people are upset is because he actually was, from everybody that knew him has all said, like he was a very good dude, very stout in his religion, like very set in it and followed it and had a beautiful family and all this kind of stuff. And so he was actually a good person and they took him out. Like, but Andrew Tate will walk around tell, you know, cockroaches are the only thing left on earth. I also saw JD Vance apparently was flying Charlie Kirk's body back on Air Force Two. I don't know if anybody else saw that. I don't know if that reporting was correct, but it was like his body was delivered directly by JD Vance. Apparently, he and JD Vance were very close. Well, that's just it. SE. You have Discord, right? You just installed Discord. Um, Actually, you can have a mic. Give me a second. Let me fire up Discord on this old machine. It'll take a minute for it to start up. Sorry, guys. I probably lost chat there for a second. If you've got Discord and you're in my Discord, which I believe you are, once Discord fires up on here, application capture, I've just got to lock that in. I'll have to switch over to the signal, but you should be able to talk and everybody should be able to hear you. So if you want to have a conversation, we can have a conversation, brother. Oh shit, that's right. You're on call. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how long call lasts for with you, but yeah, if you weren't on call, absolutely. Like as long as you're in my Discord, what you do is you let me know, and I can put you like you can go into a normal chat, and then I can pull you into the locked chat where it's just there's three people I think that have access to it at this point. Well, actually four. Rogue of the Leaf has access. I have access. David Mon has access, and Smurf has access. Actually, Sheree has access too, but she'll never use it. But yeah, I would pull you in. Just you know what I mean. I would love to have the conversation. Everybody, if you haven't, I'm pretty sure everybody here watching is definitely sub to SE. Whenever he goes live, check him out. Great dude. Nothing but respect for you, brother. Nothing but respect. You've been nothing but awesome to me, and good people. You got a good take, good channel, everything. So shout out to you. Yes, Stranded. If you would like to give details about you being a mod on another stream, you're absolutely welcome to. It's the same thing, and I think that was Eugene who said it. He said if I were to launch it, I want to say, was it you, Eugene? You said if I launched a stream, I would take Sheree and Stranded as my mods. And I was like, Stranded's never been, as far as I knew, never a mod. I didn't realize you were a mod on a different stream. No thanks necessary, SE. Like I said, real recognizes real, bro. Like it's, I call that my Sheree saying. Real recognizes real, and you're as good a dude as there can be. You're a better dude than me, and I mean, I guess we got enough in here where I can kind of talk about me being broken in a way too. I'll get to the UAP UFO thing in a little bit because I watched that video too, and I was like, there's some interesting stuff that I noticed. But yeah, me being broken. So I noticed this. People have been using words. Anybody who's seen the actual like Charlie Kirk when he lost his life, that video's out there. That video is on my Discord. It's there for if you want to see it. It's graphic, whole nine yards, right? A lot of people who saw it were like, "I'm traumatized. This is horrible. This is horrifying. Holy God, everything else." And traumatized, terrifying. I'm mortified. That kind of thing. Like the video had this visceral reaction with people. With me, I'm like, I think the angle the bullet went in this way and everything else. And like, I'm analyzing it like I understand bullet trajectory and shit, right? And then I was thinking to myself, why is everybody like traumatized by this? And I'm just like, you know? And then it dawned on me. Like I was thinking about this earlier. I'm like, how come everybody else got like kind of like, oh my God. And I was just like, eh. And I realized I'm kind of broken. Um, Over the course of my life, I've seen stuff that was worse than that. I've, like been there and seen it happen kind of around me. I'll never tell those tales on the internet. I'll never get into detail about any of that shit. Like, I just will never get into details about some of the stuff because it's um it's terrible. And then I was like, wow, I'm desensitized to it because all these people like horror movies. They like, you know, all this kind of stuff, like TV shows and all this brutality. They'll watch like a war movie, like Saving Private Ryan, somebody who get blown to bits. Oh, that's cool as shit, and all that. But they see something like that, and it traumatizes them. It messes with them because it's real life, and it's like, oh, in the movie it's fine, but in real life, I can't handle it, and I'm like, yeah, like real life, I can handle it. I started thinking to myself, I'm like, damn, maybe that's why I used to drink all the time and smoke up all the time. Maybe it wasn't just my body I was numbing. Maybe it was my brain to erase images and stuff that I had locked in there or experiences. And I was just like, damn, maybe I'm broken because I was looking more at trajectory and yeah, this probably penetrated here and hit the spine and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, I'm analyzing it. And everybody else was like, oh my God, like, I can't, I'm traumatized by seeing this. And I'm just like, I don't understand. I've seen, and like I said, the realization that I have seen worse stuff over the course of my life, especially when I was younger, I really am desensitized to it. And I don't know that that's a good thing. It's one of those things I'm like, damn, am I like insane or a psycho or a socio? I don't even know what kind of path it would be, but it's not a good one. And I was like, I don't think so. But, it's crazy. What's up, Bubba? Yeah, I mean, and that's what I'm saying. A lot of people, like for me, like I said, I watched it and I was just like, okay, I'm looking at the bullet angle, like all this kind of stuff. And like, it's like, no, that's a video of a man losing his life. Like, I should probably be upset about that. And I was just like, I'm more worried about, okay, the shot came from here. What damage did that do? Can he live through that or what have you? And I'm just like, no, there's no way. And then sure enough, came up, he had passed away or what have you. I was like, oh yeah, he had about 90 seconds after because that thing hit him in the carotid artery. I'm just like, he had about 90 seconds before he bled out. You know, maybe 2 minutes if he was super lucky, but not good. Uh oh, stranded. I well, let's get away from Gam being broken and being a little bit nuts and get to Stranded's tale because she's starting to tell it, and it could be an interesting one from the looks of it. Someone came in and all right, so she was a mod on a different stream. We all know which one. She was one of the first mods and a manager mod on top of it. Well, shit, that's Sheree. Sheree's my manager mod. I won't have any other. There are many other mods, but there are none like Sheree. And yeah, everybody on the channel is a mod, which I don't understand. I'll never understand that, but that's just a GAM thing. People do whatever the hell they want to do. You don't you don't have to get the prayer hands in there, Sheree. I shout you out constantly and always I will always tout and praise you. Even if I said this the other night, you weren't even in chat for it. Even if you came to me and said, Gam, your content shit, I hate you as a person and I never want to speak to you again, I'd still be like, shout out to the greatest mod on these internets, Sheree, because you're just that damn good. Everybody's like waiting with bated breath for Stranded to finish typing. Thank you for all the likes too, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah. Um. Well, I'm waiting on Stranded to type. I might as well mix some paint up. Sucker going. What the hell? Oh no. That's some enamel. I need some regular ass black. Someone came in and instantly started picking fights with people, or no, instantly got a wrench, but was picking fights with people. I told them that to knock it off, and was specifically told by the person who had control, whose stream it was, not to do anything, which really ticked you off. What the fuck? If Sheree said to me, "I want this person out of your stream," I'd be like, "Look, I know you support me, and you've been following me for 10 years and all this kind of stuff, and been with me since the beginning. You're the fuck out of here because it's Sheree talking." Rebel, that's hysterical. Are they from this planet? I mean, they are from this planet, even if their DNA is, well, yeah, I'll leave that alone. I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to be a dick. It's not the wrench that has magical powers when it comes to Sheree Eugene. It's Sheree herself. She's just what a fantastic fucking person. Fantastic person. I will always sing Sheree's praises. Give me one of my. Give me. I'm gonna make some popsicles. Give me that. Give me my popsicle stick. No, and that's just it, Rebel. Um, and I've seen stuff that's that's graphic as fuck, but I can't imagine what military people like. I'll never be able to understand anybody who was in the military. Some of the stuff they've seen if they were on the ground and all that stuff, and I that's why I respect them so highly because they had to see shit that was 100 times worse than anything I've endured. Yeah, I just it's a terrible feeling, but it's the truth. I think I am broken in a way. Now, granted, like that works out to some people's benefits, like my children, because it's like, oh well, you mess with me, my dad's coming for you, and it's like, oh yeah, you think so, you've seen some horrible shit. Wait do you see what I do to you, buddy? Mm, allegedly. Forgot about the allegedly part. Sorry about that, Sheree. I think I picked it up. I think I picked up the spare on that. 1 to 10, did I fail on that one or did I catch myself? Worst thing you can do is talk shit on the internet and end up in jail for it. Jesus Christ. Speaking of talking shit on the internet and ending up in jail, shout out to everybody over in the UK. Hopefully, you guys get some freedom of speech rights back where you can talk all the shit you want. Okay, cool. Yeah, just making sure that I don't get myself clinked up. I I look good in silver, just not silver bracelets. No allegedly there either. Poor Stranded. She's still typing. Stranded's still typing. Let's see. So anyway, the person that was getting quote unquote picked on asked me why I didn't kick that person out, and I told him I was told not to. And at the same time, some other stuff happened with that. We're stranded. We need to buy her like a keyboard for her phone, like a little Bluetooth keyboard so she can type fast. I'm broken. I'm driven. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, Pantera. You gotta love Pantera. I always love Walk. Walk on home, boy. Walk, respect, walk. What do you say? I think I've told you that story, right? I actually met Vinnie Paul and didn't realize it was Vinnie Paul. And he's pretty damn short, actually. Out in Las Vegas, actually, during the managers conference. He was funny. Cemetery Gates is a good one. Broken's a good one. I'm broken. Walk. God damn. Fucking hostile. I couldn't think of it for whatever reason. Vulgar Display of Power. That whole album is great. Revolution is my name. There you go, Bubs. Bubba's all about Pantera. Used to rock out with his cock out to it. Yeah, Cowboys from Hell. There's a there's a couple songs on Cowboys from Hell that were really good. Um, I still like Vulgar Display of Power as an entire album, but the song specifically Cowboys from Hell is awesome. Bum 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 bum. Very cool, Rebel. Back to Stranded story. So at the same time, some other stuff happened with that channel creator and someone else. I was working overtime for a few weeks, so I wasn't on so much or on much. And when I came back, I walked into the streamer talking shit and playing victim, like they and playing like they were the victim. Oh, I I kind of know where this story is headed. I think I know where this story's headed. Yeah, not long ago, Essie had asked me the story, and I was honest. Told him everything. Told him where I said this, I said that. It's all good. But like I said, wish that person nothing but success. All right. Hopefully this thing isn't too shitty while fuck them hoes stranded. Jesus. Well, tell us how you really feel there, Reb. Hmm. Why doesn't that feel like gets in there. I might have to clean this airbrush. Yeah, Pantera was great. Um, I still can't believe Dimebag Daryl got gunned down. He's another one that got taken out. Oh yeah, that's definitely got some gunk in there. Taking apart an airbrush. Oh my god. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to. Screw this. That isn't just gunked. That thing is filthy. I must have put this thing away dirty. Shit. God damn it. You gotta love it when you don't clean out the airbrush after you use it, because shit. I just jag myself with the needle. Like normally that needle's supposed to just slide. Yeah, I'm like pulling on it and it's free. I got no pullback on the needle at all, which tells me that shit is caked in there. Airbrush cleaner. It should drain right through. Hopefully. I get a spin on it. There we go. God damn. I know what the hell. Time to use some scrubbing bubbles. That shit should not be frozen like that. Oh yeah. I don't even know if you guys can see. Probably not. It's not even going to focus on that. That shit is caked. And they took you off being a mod, but never talked to me about it and was acting like I was conspiring against them. So yeah, in short, that person showed their true colors and fucked them. Okay, so that's Stranded Stories guy or guys. That's why she isn't a mod on the other channel. Um, yeah, yeah. I mean, look. Again, I always say this. I tell people make up their own minds, make your own decisions. You're all smart people. You're all rational people. You all got your own brain. Watch what you like to watch. Everything else. Somebody shows you who they are, believe them. You know, I don't know what the hell the conspiring part is though. Like what conspiracy? What fucking conspiracy is there? That's one part that doesn't make any sense to me in that story is you're not that important. Like I'm not that important. You know, if we're being quite honest. None of us are that important where they need to have a conspiracy. It's not like we're running some company where a CEO and somebody wants to hostily take it over, or we're kings and all that, and somebody wants to usurp our powers. So I like you're taking yourself a little too seriously at that point if you think people are conspiring to do you harm or destroy your channel or whatever. Um, I mean, I did have a point where there was somebody who Sheree noticed this too and asked me about it. Was going through like my videos and like hitting a dislike on all of them, and I knew exactly who it was. And I was just like, whatever. If you're gonna be petty like that, that's some shit like a 16-year-old would do. Not impressed. That's some petty shit. And what purpose does it serve? You know. you're not happy, then just don't watch. Or let me know in a comment why you're what I did to piss you off, or what have you. Have some discourse. Don't be don't be like, oh, I need to avoid the conflict. Just put it out there. Leo, what's up, buddy? That person also put you on 24-hour timeout. Wow. I mean, I appreciate that too, Eugene. Like I said, we don't need to revisit the old stuff or what have you, but I understand what happened there, and I'm sorry that happened to you. Is all I can say. Is I'm sorry it happened to you. I do appreciate you guys. I've always appreciated you guys. I always will appreciate you guys. But I also would never ask anybody to do any of that kind of stuff, like unsub from somebody, go dislike all their videos, some dumb shit like this. Like it's conclusion that everybody has to reach on their own and decide for themselves. I don't. I think everybody should have a voice. I think everybody should. I want everybody to succeed, even people I don't like. I want to see them succeed because reality is YouTube is a massive corporation, and with all the goddamn ads I gotta endure when I'm watching YouTube because I don't have premium, then yeah, I understand. Like conspiracy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what. None of that shit makes any sense to me. Like, to be honest with you, none of it makes not a lick of sense. I think you at that point, if you think people are conspiring with you, you've either got some kind of mental issue. I mean, granted, sometimes people are conspiring against you, I guess. Um, like people can, I mean, it can happen, but sometimes if you're thinking like that, then you have an overinflated sense of self-importance at that point, in my opinion, and that should be one of those warning signs. Like, I don't know. I'm just gonna leave it there. You guys get what I'm saying, though. You guys smell what the game is cooking. Yep, and chat's gonna chat, and that's just it. None of it makes sense. See, that's just it. Like, I get along great with, and shout out to Rebel, and I want to say Eugene. I think it's the two of you guys that were like, "Oh, you haven't met SE? Oh my God, you and SE are going to get along great. You guys fucking nailed it because SE, like, he gets it too. Like, you can hear it in his stream. Like, you can hear humility in his stream, and it's like, yeah, man, that's like he's not taking himself super fucking serious. Like, yes, like I'm the next Alex Jones, or I'm big time with this. He's like humble, and he's got like a shit ton of. He's got more subscribers than most people I know. Rebel's right there too. Rebel's got a shit ton of subscribers. Wait, hold on. One day you were told to stay on topic in the chat, and you're like, motherfucker, what? Like, what'd you say to me? Do you know who you're talking to? Like, yo, I am Rebel. I am the roving reporter. Like, you don't tell me what I can and can't chat. It was Steve Kerfuffle. I mean, that makes sense. I always thought it was Rebel too. I knew it was you, Eugene. I know for a fact you were one of them. But yeah, that does make a lot of shit sense. Shout out to Steve Kerfuffle, man. I miss you, and I'm glad that you're getting to tune in here and there and watch. Steve will leave little comments just to let me know that he's good and he's out there and he's been listening. And we all miss you, buddy. Like we really do. You definitely always brought something to the show that was positive and good. Yeah, I mean, and that's just it, Essie. Like, I've said this. Dude, going into your channel, I'm like, you guys got an awesome community over there too. And I'm like, my community, like, every goddamn last one of the people that watch me are stand up people. Like, they're good people. Just, not, I haven't come across one that it's like, oh, this guy's actually a dirt bag. Like, everybody's like good people. Who knows, Essie? That's a good point. Yeah. Like, because they're like, oh, yeah, you and Essie will get along. And I'm like, really? But the funny part was when you came over and you started talking or what have you. And then I went and watched, I can't remember what video it was. I watched one of your videos and I subbed immediately. And I was just like, oh, shit, this guy is like, he sounds Jersey to me. What is up with that? And then sure enough, it's like, oh yeah, my family was from New Jersey and I'm in Baltimore or what have you. Like I'm in Virginia. I was here, I was there, and I was just like, God damn, chewed some of the same dirt, everything else. No, no, like, yep, okay, got it. Yeah, I'm happy we crossed paths too, man. Like, definitely, definitely very happy about that one. I'm also shout out to, I haven't seen him in the chat yet, but he might be in the background. Shout out to Forever Demonetized. Last night, he stuck around for all three streams. I appreciate the hell out of him. He's always in the background and usually playing on BR or what have you. But thank you, Forever. I've known him since high school. Good, good dude. Rebel, do you just go around to different streams and like, yo, this is what's going on in the news? You want to talk about it? No, all right, I'm out. Bye. Like, is that like what you do now? You really are the roving reporter. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand the whole stay on topic. I can have like five different topics picked up, and it's true. Like Steve and Rebel, like the two of you guys, the man on the streets and the roving reporter. You guys will come in and drop something on me, and the entire stream will flip to that subject. And I'm like, cool. Now it's something new to talk about. Like I never look at it like it's a negative. I'm always like, oh, that's a super positive. That gives me is something else to opine on, something to think about, something to comment on. I love that shit. Rebel, don't take shit from anyone. Make sure this sucker's working. I don't know if you guys can see this. Yeah, so now we got action on the needle. We should be good. Yeah, that's exactly what Eugene did say too. He said it would be Sheree Beans or Stranded, and I was like, Stranded was a mod? Like, I don't remember Stranded being a mod. And he's like, oh yeah, dude. I didn't know that whole story. That's it's a whole lot of fucking crazy. Yeah, don't this YouTube shit. This is supposed to be fun. We're supposed to be enjoying ourselves. Everybody, for the most part, like little Leo isn't an adult. He's young, but he comes in, he hangs out, jumps on his brother's jeep, and has a good time. Watches the painting. I don't even think he listens to what we're saying half the time. He watches the painting and stuff. Let's see if we're getting a good spray here. Oh yeah, there we go. That fixes that. I might want to increase the air a little. Nail out this stupid fellowship thing. Nail out Mr. Kruger's legs next. This thing black. Oh, I can actually paint it tonight. Yeah, Essie is the bomb. I do enjoy. I enjoy his streams. He's always like mellow, chilling by a fire. Like you'll be sitting there, and all of a sudden you'll hear like a noise in the background. You'll be like, "Yo, you hear that owl?" And just like throw it down like right then and there. Like, "Oh yeah, this type of owl and hangs out here and all this." I call him like fuck nuts. It's my pet owl. Like SE goes off with that stuff. It's great though. I'm down for it. Usually when I'm out in my backyard and an owl swoops down, I got to worry about a feral cat being picked up and eaten. You don't usually pay, I don't understand that, man. You play well with us. Like you're always just like you come in, you chill and say different things or do different things. Speaking of which, speaking of people that come in and chill, shout out to E Rock. I haven't seen him in a little bit, but hopefully he's doing well. I do like giving shout outs to like people that are normally here when they're not, because then you know I haven't forgotten about you. All except for fucking like maybe Rogue, because Rogue is he's a ginger and he keeps trying to swallow my soul. I know he doesn't think I know about that, but I know about that Rogue. Yeah, I'm getting a little blowback on this. Probably pigment stuck. My finger is going to be black as hell in a minute. Freddy's going to look badass though. Actually, kind of looking forward to him. Like yeah, that's the other thing. Chat going off topic. Chat's going to chat like you said, Rebel, and legitimately, what kind of serious shit were you discussing that like throwing it off topic? Was it like hey, we're discussing how to recombine DNA so humans can travel in space without an environment suit? Like we like, hey, I think we just figured out the cure for cancer here. Like, how serious can your chat be that you're worried about if it derails? Like, I don't understand that one. But that's kind of funny to me. Because, like, my chat, it'll be like, hey, let's talk about farts in jars, right? Like, women who sell farts in jars. Like, oh, well, you came in and derailed my chat. Like, what? You were talking about women who fart in jars and sell it on the internet. Like, like I said, can't take yourself too seriously. That's just my opinion. Is you start taking yourself way too seriously, and nobody's having fun anymore. It's the same way I tell you guys all the time. I don't want anybody kissing my ass either, because that stuff's like, why why would you want a bunch of people that are all echoing what you're saying and thinking the same way you are? That's not a good thing. You want people that are going to challenge you and make you better at conversation, better at debating, better at arguing, better at finding common ground in the middle of an argument, stuff like this. You want people to make you better. You don't want people that make you complacent and lazy. And I know this because laziness is my one of my superpowers. I won't get you started on the chartboards again. We are talking about tropical drinks and thongs. Go. Next thing I know, Eugene's going to write a song. It's called Tropical Drinks and Thongs. Like, the only thing that comes to my mind when I hear those two things is probably like boats and hoes, boats and hoes. I gotta get me some boats and hoes. The Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria. I'll do you in the bottom while I'm drinking sangria. Jesus Christ. Boats and hoes, boats and hoes. Gotta get me some boats and hoes. Yeah, Eugene. If you do lives, you do have to tell everybody in the Misfit crew, and that's just it. I think the Sheree said it like, you play well with us because we all don't play well with others, right? As polite as Sheree is, don't think she doesn't understand about the Vaseline and maybe, you know, hiding a razor blade in her mouth so she can slash a bitch, right? Like, she knows all about that when it comes to scrappings. Don't put it past her now. Make it a hurricane before I go insane. 12:30, but I don't care. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Rebel, let me know what's up with that. His press conference in a few minutes. I mean, like, I can't believe they didn't pull any kind of fingerprints off the rifle, off the ammunition. Most people forget about stuff like, oh, he handled the ammunition. Like normal people, like FBI agents wouldn't, but normal people would completely like forget about that kind of shit. Like, it's like, oh well, I made sure the gun was wiped clean of my prints. Well, did you make sure that the ammunition, did you handle it with gloves on, or did you handle it ungloved? Because partial print nowadays in a database, if they have your prints and you've got AI on it, it'll complete that damn print for you. It's over. You're done. Like, they know where to find you. Oh yeah, I got it. Yeah. What would Jimmy Buffett do? Pour me something tall and strong. Make it a hurricane before I go insane. It's only 12:30, but I don't care. 5 o'clock somewhere. It's a good song. I remember when that shit came out. Nah, you're for us though, 110% there, Reb. You got just the right amount of snark and enough moxie where I think here's the other part of things when it comes to you, Reb. People have to let you speak your mind. You know, you may not go along with everything that is like, for example, I mean, I don't want to use it as an example, but yeah, I might as well. Fuck it. Like ABL's chat, a lot of people agree on the same thing and see everything through the same worldview a lot of the time. I'm not saying all, I'm saying a lot. And then if somebody voices something outside of it, shout out to Medi, who was in stream last night and reminded me why she stopped. I was like, why did you stop going to ABL? And she explained. And she was calling out like Israel Gaza when that shit first started. And everybody was hammering her like she's an anti Semite, all this kind of stuff. And she's like, no, you don't understand what they're doing to the people there and everything else. I didn't really know all that much about it, and I wasn't paying attention to it at that time. But she was actually right. But a lot of people just dogpiled her and just immediately went to you're an anti-Semite, you're this, you're that, you're the other thing. And I was like, yeah, you know what? I kind of fucking remember that. And that was the time before I think you were the mod, Sheree. But yeah, you have that thing where if you don't agree with something, Reb, you make it known you don't agree with it. And I'm 1,000% all right with that. Like I actually enjoy that part of you. That you'll give me a different opinion on things. Like same thing for SE. SE will give me a different opinion. Sheree will give me a different opinion. Eugene will give me a different. Everybody is an individual in this chat, but everybody contributes to it and can all laugh about life. Stranded will give us a different point of view. Everybody will give us a different point of view on stuff. And I love that. I love we don't all have the same background. We don't have the same religion, color, skin, whatever. But everybody can have a fucking good time and just enjoy themselves. Let me see. Yeah, I see it lit up. My Discord just lit up. Let me see what I've got. See if I can bring it in. Fox News 5. Hopefully this doesn't cut out. Tell me if you guys can hear it. Oh no, well it hasn't started yet. Um, let me so the application volume. I'm gonna have to mess with this. Hopefully it works. I'm just gonna switch over to something else real quick and then switch back. And this may work. This may not work. Like I'm seeing a chick. Mic check on the Can you guys hear it or no? Oh no, she came out and said mic check, didn't she? Damn it! Why can't you talk, lady? She had talked like a little bit more. I would have been able to tell if we actually have volume. Stranded, that's awesome. I actually really like that. That's a great one. But that's just it. Like you got to let Rebel go off sometimes too. Like regardless if you agree with them or disagree with them, everybody. I say this all the time. I'm not censoring opinions. We could get somebody in here who's 1,000% on the left side of the aisle, and I would let them go off and tell me what you think. Tell me why you think this way. I really do want to know. I really want to hear your opinion on it. And then, yeah, we'll probably call you a jackass for a lot of your opinion, but if you're willing to state it, I'll listen. But when I push back, be ready for the fucking pushback. I don't even think it started, did it? Yeah, she came out and said something. It was low in my ears. Um, oh, I know why. Oh God. Oh, I think I just blew my goddamn eardrums. Oh, oh, that hurt. Like that really fucking hurt. Speakers, USB. We open up the volume mixer real quick. See what we got.
Hola, my check, my check. 1, 2, 3, my check. ¿Si me escuchas? 1, 2, 3. Mic, check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check.
Can you guys hear it now? Oh my God, this thing's like blowing my damn eardrums every time. There we go. Discord. Found it. Should be able to hear the talking in the background now, I'm going to say. You guys hear the dings? Yeah, imagine you got a set of earphones on and that just like blew my damn eardrums. The bling. There you are forever. I shouted you out a little bit ago, buddy. Good to see you. Yeah, and there you go, Stranded. I may not agree with your opinion. I will definitely defend your right to have one. You know, that's and like I said, you don't want to silence speech. You want more speech. People reveal just how retarded, smart, strong, weak, or dumb they really are, depending on how long they talk for. Like I say it all the time. I'm like, eventually I'm going to piss everybody off with something I say at one point or another because I'll talk for 6 to 12 hours. Of course, I'm going to piss somebody off or hit something that you're not going to like or, what have you. When you talk that long, 4 days a week, like you're not going to land perfect every time. Some shit's going to be like, oh, that was a really bad take. That is definitely going to happen. As soon as the press conference starts, I'll either mute my mic or something. So this way, like if the air compressor's running, we don't miss it. I just I'll keep an eye on chat when it does actually start. Trey will tell me like, oh yeah, volume's cool or not cool with the thumbs up, the okay, and all that stuff. God damn, I'm so happy you're back, Sheree. We missed you. They're not even talking yet. Like it's literally, if you're hearing anything, you're hearing the gaggle in the background. They haven't started. Like they're setting up. They did double mic checks. Apparently there was like a guy from Bob from tech support was there. He was the Indian guy who said mic check, 1 2 3. Okay, thank you. Come again. I definitely heard that part. But yeah, they're not talking yet. And we're at what, 9:30, so it's, is it 6:30 out there or is it would it be 3 hours, 2 hours? I always forget. If Medi was in chat, she'd be able to tell us exactly what time it is. Oh, my hands are black. F Israel, just out of nowhere, just no reason, just F Israel. Um, Maybe they, I don't know if they got him or they got leads on him. Maybe they're going to announce his name. The whole thing is what worries me about this. The closer they get, the more the likelihood increases that he offs himself. It's going to go one of two ways. Either the dude's going to get taken out in a hail of gunfire, or he's going to want to be like, what's that dude's name? Luigi Mangione? Is that his name? The one that took out the healthcare executive and be like, "Oh, I'm famous now because I did some heinous shit and took some innocent man's life." Like I'm kind of a big deal. It's going to go one way or the other. Beans last I think she might actually be door dashing right now. She may be listening and door dashing. If she is, shout out to her. 2 hours behind us, so yeah, it would be 7:38. Yeah, it's a weird time for a press conference. But then again, it could have taken Cash Patel X amount of time to get there. It's Cash Patel and Dan Bongino. They come out, they go, "No, we haven't caught the killer," and Epstein still killed himself. Like that's going to be their announcement. Yeah, shout out to Devin too. She floats in the background here and there. Sorry about the noise from the air compressor. They're still not announcing anything, guys. I'm not even watching the Discord. I can just hear the noise from it, even if you guys can't. Like I said, the moment it does, I've got the little, goddamn Windows 10. I would have upgraded this computer to 11 if it could have handled it. It would have just blown up. It would have caught fire, started smoking the whole 9 yards. Just not powerful enough to handle it. Let's see. How's his upper body is done. Freddy's face. I can throw. You guys all saw how the butt cheeks have that extra crack, so I can throw these out now. Like fucking $6 worth of resin right there. Son of a bitch. Hate it when prints fail or when they're, especially like big nasty prints like this. This one's big and nasty. So when they fail, it hurts a lot more. It's like, oh, it was like $3 in resin or whatever per leg. And I'm still, yeah, they still aren't saying anything, guys. There's beans, yeah. Boats and hose. The boats and hose part. What a time to tune in. Next thing I know, I tuned in. There's GAM singing the boats and hose song. Boats and hose, boats and hose. Gotta get me some boats and hose. The Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria. I'll do you in the bottom while I'm drinking sangria. What is it? Cocktails and hookers in my dad's boat, and if we go down, my dick can float. I think that's how it goes. Something like that. Somebody will correct me on the lyrics, I'm sure. See, like I'm kind of with you there too. I don't know if we're going to be able to believe everything said either. It's really going to depend because that shot, you either got severely lucky, like unbelievably lucky. Speaking of which, it was interesting because I got to see Joe Rogan was interviewing Charlie Sheen when the news about Charlie Kirk getting shot came through, and Charlie Sheen actually was like he was all over it. Like Charlie Sheen has definitely burned some brain cells, but he was like pretty quick on that shit. Like he's not. He may have cooked himself with drugs, but he's not an idiot. Like it was amazing. It was honestly amazing. I was like, damn, he had like an interesting take on it. Joe Rogan, Charlie Sheen had asked him, he's like, was it your friend? And he's like, no, I met him one time. He was a very nice guy, when I met him. I only met him ever that once. And then I had to think about it. I was like, yeah, you know what? Charlie Kirk was never on Joe Rogan. I don't ever remember him doing the Joe Rogan podcast and sitting down and all that stuff. It's kind of crazy. Definitely kind of crazy. Because you would think somebody like a Charlie Kirk would have been on there. 660. He's he's playing drums right now. He's like, as soon as I started singing the Boats and Hose song, Six was in the background going like banging on the drum and then standing up and yelling into the snare drum. Fuck you, Dale. Fuck you. I'm gonna put my nutsack on your drum set. Fuck you, Dale. Six just standing there rubbing his own nuts on his own drum set. Oh God. There you go. Play Moby Dick now. See how this head came out. Cool. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, so there you called it stranded according to Rebel. It's 7:45 there, so yeah, 2 hours behind East Coast. They are Central, which is weird because they're right there by California, which is three. I think we are back in black, guys. Oh, I heard somebody talking. Yeah, I mean, you may be right, and that may be possible. I'm just hoping that they actually got him. They brought him into custody, all that stuff, and we're not going to get. Unfortunately, we backed the suspect into a corner, and he took himself out.
All right, guys, here we go.
Can you guys hear that? Okay, Sheree? Or is it a little loud and distorted? Okay. You want it louder, or it was louder? Because that shit is loud as hell on my earphones, but I will push it up. too. Hopefully it doesn't dong my ears. Well, you know what I meant by that. Clean this out real quick. Hopefully I can avoid leaving a crusty airbrush for next time. Now there's nothing being said right now. Go Gam go. Yeah. Like I said, right now they're not saying anything. Like dude came out, said, "Here we go," and then that was the last I heard. Oh, man. Turn the music down in the headphones. Turn the music down. Yeah, I mean, fortunately, Rebel posting the link in the Discord, that was brilliant because I can actually just play it right through the Discord and capture the audio. And technically, we shouldn't get a copyright strike either, right? Because I'm not showing the video. So Fox can't come at me and be like, "How dare you make money off of us, sir?" Yeah, like I said, dude came out and was like, "Okay, here we go," and then nothing.
Okay, this time it's a 2-minute warning. 2 minutes.
Okay. You guys hear that? He came out, said it's 2 minute warning, 2 minutes, and then shut the hell up again. This thing's getting killed in a minute, guys. I'm just blowing out the last of this airbrush crap. Making sure we're just shooting through pure alcohol and water. Okay. Yeah, you heard it, Sheree. Was it loud enough that time? Was it loud enough for everybody stranded? I mean, granted, it didn't help I had the airbrush running too. Kill the air compressor so we won't have noise anymore. There we go. Airbrushing done. Could be a little louder. I got a little bit more wiggle room here. Not much though. Not much. Oh shit. Bling. I'm hearing people have conversations in the background. They're like talking like this. They're just like, "Hey, everybody, guess what? I've parted."
Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here today. My name is Hillary Kellner. I am the Communications Director for the Utah Department of Public Safety. This evening, we have FBI Director Patel, FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino, Special Agent in Charge Robert Bowles, Governor Spencer Cox, Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson, and Commissioner Anderson, as well as Commissioner Commissioner Bo Mason, as well as some local partners here present with us today. Governor will kick it off. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here tonight. We appreciate the media and the partnership we have with you in helping us to get information out to the public so that we can catch this assassin and hold him accountable. We are going to share a portion of a video and that we have of the
So they don't have him in custody,
as well as
guys.
some new stills. Those have already been released, but we want to make sure that they get as much attention as possible so that we can get help from the public in tracking down this evil human being. So we're going to queue up the video right now. Show that. I've asked Commissioner Bo Mason if he would narrate to you what is happening in this video.
Thank you, Governor. Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. If you look up to the top left, you'll see the building where the shooter was proned out in the top left corner. We'll go ahead and play that video and I'll narrate as we walk through that. So here you see the suspect ran behind that upper building. He's going to come out on the right, moves to this far right corner. As he does, he's going to climb off the edge and then drop down to the ground. As he did that, he left some palm impressions. There's some smudges, some places we're looking to collect DNA. There's a shoe imprint where we believe the suspect is clearly identified as wearing Converse tennis shoes. Again, we'll replay that again so you can get another view of that. It's important to note his black t-shirt, his black pants, and there appears to be some white on the soles of those Converse tennis shoes. Those are all identifiable items that we're looking for. In the stills that are going to follow this, you're going to see a very distinctive t-shirt with an American flag and appears to have an eagle on it. There's also a baseball cap with a triangle on it and a pair of sunglasses. All distinctive, all things that we would ask the public to look for and try to identify if they know someone who has those items, who has been seen wearing those items. We're looking for all that information. Here you see the suspect after dropping off the building. He moved around across this grassy area, around the parking lot. We're going to pan to the right. After he crosses the street, this is where he moves over into the wooded area. This is the video evidence that we utilize to track his movements and to locate that firearm in that wooded area following the discovery of this evidence.
At least they're going full transparency, guys.
So here's the still photographs I mentioned. These have been enhanced, so these are slightly different than what we introduced earlier. Please pay close attention to the t-shirt. Like I said, very distinctive with that American flag and that eagle. The hat with the triangle and the sunglasses. If you'll go to the next picture, please. The backpack as well. All identifying features that we're hoping the public can help us identify and lead us to this suspect. Next picture. And again, there's a better picture of the hat with that triangle logo, and again the t-shirt. Blue jeans, and you get a good look at those Converse tennis shoes as well. We have pushed these out. We'll continue to push these out, and we just ask for the public's cooperation through the public. The tips that have been coming in are what are giving us our next leads and enabling us to continue to further this investigation. We've had great cooperation from the public, and we're continuing to ask for that as we move forward. Thank you, and I'll turn the time back over to Governor Cox.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mason. I want to thank Director Patel and his team. It's great to have them on the ground with us tonight. We've had several briefings, and he's had an opportunity to walk the crime scene. We appreciate our local law enforcement here. Again, we have Mike Smith, who is the county sheriff here. We have all of our local chiefs of police that are here as well, all working hand in hand with the state and with the FBI as we move forward with this investigation. Now, I'll just give you a little warning. We will not be taking any questions at this time. We're giving you the latest information we have, being as transparent with everything that we have. But I do want to share a couple things that I think are important. We cannot do our job without the public's help right now. The public has answered our call for action. So far, we've received more than 7,000 leads and tips. I would just note that the FBI hasn't received this many digital media tips from the public since the Boston Marathon bombing. This case also highlights the dedication of our law enforcement community. We have 20 federal, state, and local law enforcement partners that are working shoulder to shoulder to find the person who committed this horrific crime. With their support, we've completed nearly 200 interviews. As you're aware, as has already been reported, the FBI is offering a $100,000 reward for information leading to the identification and arrest of the person responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk. We also continue to implore the public to support this investigation and come forward with any information. We are truly hopeful that this video and new photos will lead to even more tips. We are processing. We have an incredible team, a state and federal team working together to process those tips. We are going out in tandem to interview any potential person of interest or suspects, but we need, again, we need as much help as we can possibly get. Any videos or photos that you might have, the public, should be submitted to our digital media tip line, which is www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting, all lowercase. Again, that is fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting, all lowercase. You can also provide general tips about the shooting by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI. That's 1-800-CALL-FBI, or at tips.fbi.gov. This is, I would just say, this is not just a local matter here in Utah. We have people all over the country that are helping to bring this perpetrator to justice for Charlie Kirk and his family. I will just add as well that, as was mentioned, there is a lot of forensic evidence that is being processed right now at both the state lab and the federal labs, federal lab on the East Coast. So we are working in tandem together. I would also just add a word of note for those people who are spending so much time on social media. I think Charlie said it best, that when things get bad, we should put our phones down and spend a little time with our families. There is a tremendous amount of disinformation. We are tracking our team, the state team, and I'm sure the federal team as well. What we're seeing is our adversaries want violence. China, we have bots from Russia, China, all over the world that are trying to instill disinformation and encourage violence. I would encourage you to ignore those, to turn off those streams, and to spend a little more time with our families. We desperately need some healing. We'll have more to say about that in the days and weeks to come.
Chinese bots killed Charlie Kirk? What the fuck?
Last thing I will just say is we've been working with our attorneys, getting everything that we need, affidavits ready, so that we can pursue the death penalty in this case, and that will happen here in the state of Utah. Again, to the public, to those who are grieving, thank you for your prayers. I know we are feeling those prayers. I know the Kirk family is feeling those prayers as well. We pray that God will bless our nation at this very dark time. We can start healing by finding this perpetrator and holding him accountable, and we need your help to do that. Thank you.
And that is the end of the press conference, guys. All right, I can turn these speakers back down. Get ready for the doing as it blows out my damn eardrums. What's that? All right, turn that back down. Should be good. I sound all right, Sheree? Did I lose like volume or anything? I mean, basically, they just came out and said they don't have shit. That's pretty much what I got. Anybody else take anything else away from that press conference? Yeah, I mean, apparently Kash Patel just showed up to survey the crime scene. Like, okay, are you like it's shit like this, guys. Honestly, I'm not even going to give Kash Patel any crap for not being on camera. And the reason why I'm not going to give him any crap is because if it was Pam Bondi, she would have been like front. She would have pushed the other two officers out of the way that are actually leading the investigation and been out front like, yes, look at me. Yes, I have the killer's file on my desk. So I can't even blame that, you know? Yep, and that's where I'm at too, Sheree. We might have some DNA. We got a shoe print. I own Converse and a lot of black clothing, guys. I've never been to Utah though, so guess who it wasn't? That's right, this guy. And I'll tell you this much: if I had jumped off the side of the building like that suspect did, I would have broke both my legs. Just saying. Yeah, Pam Bondi has actually the assassin's name in an envelope sitting on her desk. That's right, Rebel. It's right under the Epstein file. But she's had it this whole time. She had it 3 days ago. She just hasn't had time to look it over. But that's where the investigation is. All right, what am I going? Well, first off, I gotta fix these wraps. I have to go gray. I just have to determine what shade of gray I want to go. They need to be light. I'll fix them first. Oh yeah, not amazing Lucas. That man failed. He used to have like 5,000 people watching him anytime he went live, like all that. People, the last stream I saw his, I don't even know what his take is on anything, but any take I've seen, they basically have just like it was people in his stream just calling him an asshole the entire time. Like his whole chat was just like, "You're an asshole." Like they went in there. He's become a lol cow. And yeah, TikTok, I could believe that a lot of the tech companies are wiping their bots. I can tell you that much. A lot of the tech companies are wiping out bots. Like I know Twitch in particular. I like that color. I'm gonna go a little bit lighter. All right, how dark were you? Let's go. I'm gonna go a shade lighter. Um, I know Twitch has wiped its bots. I know that. I need to go a little bit darker now. Twitch wiped its bots. YouTube, I think, is starting to wipe bots too. I think they're training their AI to find, hunt, and track and kill off bots. Yeah, that's. I'm gonna go about this light. Yeah, but there we go. So sorry guys, not no information, no shocking update, no reveal on who the killer is. None of that. I mean, legitimately, I don't like saying things like this. But if I were the killer, I'd already be out of the United States. I would have. I wouldn't be hiding out at my mom's basement or whatever the fuck this guy lives. I would have been just, yeah, I'm getting the hell out. I'm gone. You're not catching me now. Like I would have gotten the hell out of the United States the moment I did all that and got away kind of clean. I would have just disappeared. You wouldn't find me. I'd be in Rio de Janeiro or some beach in Venezuela, waiting for like, oh, I'm signing up in the Venezuelan army or something. I just shit is it's actually a little troubling if I'm being quite honest. You would think, and I mean, I shout out to the law officers and all that. I know they're doing the best they can, but it feels to me like he should have been nailed 5 seconds after it happened. Like they should have been able to just nail him right away. Like nobody was watching these videos in real time. Like, oh yeah, shot came up from up on the roof. Hey, Ralph over in you watching those monitors? Yeah, you got anybody jumping off the roof? Yep, he's headed through the, like he just jumped off the roof. He's running here. Okay, we're on our way. Quick, chase him, Charlie. Oh, maybe Charlie's not a good name. Jimmy, go chase him. Track that some bitch down. Get him. Let the dogs loose. None of that. Yep, Medi and Mister were both talking about that. The thing is, he ran through a neighborhood. Well, not a neighborhood. It's like there's a couple houses that are behind that campus apparently, and that's where they found the gun and everything. Which shit, the whole thing is, I guess if he knew just how nobody was actually chasing him because they didn't get back there till much later to track down the gun. If he had known that nobody was chasing him, he probably would have taken his time back there. Like, probably wouldn't have left the gun behind, but he ran in a panic. He was just trying to get out, so I think he might have stumbled when he was back there or just thrown the gun so he could run faster. Something like this. Yeah, look for Patriot Act stuff instead of holding. Well, that's one of that's a GAM beer. Now what? Are they going to like invoke another type of Patriot Act off of this and be like, yeah, we need it so that this way when shit like Antifa pulls their crap, we can nail them, that kind of thing, and we're all supposed to sign off. Patriot Act's terrifying to me because it sounded so good on paper, right? Oh, we're only going to use it on terrorists. And then you find out that they were using it on the entire American public and monitoring your cell phone calls and all that stuff. Finding out that, the government was using it to just spy on American citizens at will. That's a whole lot of not good. I don't know. I can understand like, oh well, using it to prevent terrorism. Okay, I'm pretty sure White Boy Slim from the suburbs, who's, who's out there and just slanging meth, he isn't planning on doing any terrorist activities. He is just trying to dope deal. Leave him alone. It's not this dude's fault he called 1-800 Mix a lot and tried to kick those nasty thoughts. I mean, look, I'm 100% certain that people were, I, whoever said this earlier, they were probably watching to make sure nobody bum rushed him while he was set up in the tent or trying to get on the stage or any of that stuff. Like security was probably heavier in the crowd. They weren't watching perimeter. Just they were like looking for the threat, any kind of threat that was going to come at them from the crowd. So they went lax on perimeter and focused on like if there's going to be a threat, it's going to come from here. And like I said, Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro, if you go and just count up their videos, how many of them, and that's not even all their engagements that they've had at colleges over the years, including Charlie Kirk, and no incidents. Like, if there was an incident, it was something like somebody yelling bad words at them. You know what I mean? Or using harsh language at the speaker. That was about it. Nothing like where, oh God, like, we found like 5 guys out here with guns yelling jihad, jihad. Nothing like this. So I can kind of understand the mentality of, well, we don't need that much security. I think that was one thing that I actually did believe Ben Shapiro on. He was like, I've told my wife multiple times when I was doing college engagements, I've got security. It should be, more than sufficient. Nothing's going to happen. And he's like, and nothing ever happened. Charlie Kirk changes the game at that point. Yeah. So I don't like that either. That goes back to if you are. That goes back to kind of the conversation we are having before, though, or like a couple streams ago, Reb, where remember the chick who was the teacher with the baseball and all that, she got fired, and I was saying that, like, yeah, but if it didn't affect her, like her job performance was good and everything else, like it sets kind of a bad precedent. So does this. Like, you can have a bad take, but you're allowed to have a bad take. However, I see it from a corporatized perspective of like DC Comics, for example. They put a trans person in charge of writing one of their comic books. Now, maybe the comic run was shit and they wanted to get rid of him anyway, right? Wanted to get rid of that person anyway. Maybe it was like, look, Republicans need to read books too, or conservatives need to read our comics too. We can't just keep selling to the people that follow you ideologically. We want to sell to people that want to read comic books because we're trying to fix things here. Because DC really is, and by all crazy as it is, with Superman, Superman beat um what the hell was it? Brave New World, the new Captain America. It beat Fantastic Four, and it beat the Thunderbolts at the box office. It beat all 3 films. So it's the first time in like I can't even remember how many years that DC has actually outperformed Marvel at the box office. Like not since like Nolan's Batman trilogy or whatever. Yeah, I mean, you don't want psychos teaching your kids and all. One of my fears is this. I noticed, and maybe it's just because I don't go on Twitter and all that, TikTok and everything else. Has it only been transgender people who are basically talking smack about Charlie Kirk getting deleted? Like, that doesn't set a good precedent either. Because you're going to get people that absolutely hate, you know, uh, we're all about that message of, anti trans to begin with. And they're painting a bullseye on their ass, is what they're doing. Because now you're going to have people on the conservative right. And I'm not saying like you guys in the chat or anything. I'm just saying in general, you have people on the conservative right who are going to lose their shit on them. Be like, yeah, we need these people like wiped off this platform, that kind of thing. Elon Musk and Donald Trump may have had a falling out, but they still are friendly, I believe. And that would be all it would take. for good or for better or worse. That's all it could take is a simple phone call. And next thing you know, it's like, oh shit, or a knock on the door from the feds, like, oh, you think it's funny, huh? Let's bring you down here for an investigation. Are you part of Antifa? And then they're just sweating them. Like, I could definitely see some shit like that happening too. I'm all about law and order, but you got to be careful because it there is enforcing the law, but then there's also that slippery slope of just evil. I mean, that company. That's in pretty damn poor taste. I mean, they're going to capitalize off that. Like anybody that's willing to capitalize off someone's death. Like people didn't even do that shit with Bin Laden when he died. Like I don't remember people walking around with shirts that said like, "Oh yeah, got him" or whatever. I remember before he was caught, people walking around with shirts and like the crosshairs on Bin Laden's head. But even Bin Laden, I don't remember that shit being like that with him. So that's a bad precedent to set too. Because it's I always look at everything, and that's one of the reasons probably why I do look at everything from the center because it's like okay, that's great, you're in power right now. What happens when you're not in power? What happens when you put all this stuff and implement it? What do they turn around and do to you when they get power back? Because eventually that shit'll switch. It just does. It's it's just the reality of how our politics and everything work. Eventually things switch back and forth. So eventually the left will get power again. What happens then? Dude, all of a sudden it's like, yep, we're going to use these laws that you put on the books to go after MAGA people. You know what I mean? Shit like that is always concerning to me. I mean, sure, people say shit like that all the time. How many different goddamn people say like, you know what? I think I'm done watching ABL. Even I'm guilty of this one. Like, I'm not going to watch ABL all that much anymore, and then I'll drop in and say hi to everybody. And it's like, yeah, I got them on mute, but I'm saying hi to you guys. Well, technically, I'm still watching them, right? So it's stuff like that where I'm not going to watch Tim Pool anymore, and then it's like you're talking about Tim Pool. People do that shit all the time. So I just it depends. It for me, everything depends on how they handle this situation. This is actually the big test right here as far as Cash Patel and Dan Bongino go. Because they've already got one strike against them with the Epstein files. Everything with the Epstein files coming out and all that shit, they've got a huge strike against them. Now, shout out to, I guess, what was that? The governor of Utah that was talking, and he said, "Yeah, we catch him, we're pushing for the death penalty. Like we're not even screwing around. Like we're going after the death penalty on this guy." Like he might not wanted to say that. He might have wanted to say we're just going to prosecute him to the fullest extent of the law. And the reason why he might not wanted to say, "Hey, we're going to go for the death penalty," isn't for us. It's for the actual assassin. because if they catch him or they back him into a corner where they think they've got him caught, now he's just going to be like, well, they're going to kill me anyway. Why am I going to spend, all this time in jail? I might as well just take myself out. Yeah, and you're right, Rebel. Nobody cares about January 6th. I didn't care about January 6th when it happened. I thought January 6th was fucking ridiculous. And I mean, if you really want to give a shit about January 6th, if we really want some files released, they need to release the files that tell us exactly what the FBI was doing on the ground during January 6th. The quote unquote assets. Were they in the middle of the riots? Were they doing this? Were they doing that? Were they, standing there saying everybody rushed the Capitol? Like, we still haven't heard what they did. Cowards do cowardly things, and okay. When it comes to taking yourself out, if you have a terminal illness and you are suffering, I can understand it. You did some bullshit. It's not like you even went up and debated that man and then shot him after the debate when you lost or something, where you at least challenged him head on first before you resorted to an extreme. You hit on a roof and took him out from afar. You're a coward. Who planted the piles of bricks? Well, that's one of those questions that they're supposed to quote unquote get to the bottom of, but they can't catch a fucking guy who jumped off a roof after shooting somebody and ran off into the woods. Is this dude John Rambo? Is he like the soy version of Sylvester Stallone? Like, what the fuck? It's good to see you too, Ian. Welcome to the party, pal. And yeah, I guess we should smack into we should probably smack into that UAP footage. I watched the footage, by the way, guys. Jesus Christ. I can try. Let me see what the video is. Oh, Jesus. Pop culture crisis? Really? Eugene? What the? Hold on.
Ready to eat meal delivery
Yeah,
service.
that's exactly what I was afraid of. Fucking ads.
Are not created equal.
We're going to hear ads.
Personal. Everything is done from scratch every single day. Nutrition and flavor is first and foremost when we create.
I got to see if I can skip this bullshit.
50% off your
Fuck you, Factor.
factormeals.com.
You're for lazy people who don't want to learn to cook. All right. You said what? 31. You got a 31:51 mark. Okay, hold on. What the hell are we listening for here, Eugene? Here's 31:47. This is close.
You can write a 300-word essay about how you shouldn't judge people based on what they look like. Or you can paint your nails.
Is that a teacher or something?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Are you serious?
Yeah, you just gotta paint one of them. Just gotta paint one of them.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What the hell do you have me watching, Eugene? Are you on crack? That dude was literally like, or you can paint your nails. Like, what? I bet she didn't have any ghetto accent. What the fuck, Eugene? What's wrong with you, buddy? So the UAP, yeah, I can answer some questions now about it. So the footage you saw was from one drone that was using basically forward-looking infrared to track a second drone that fired a Hellfire missile. So one is basically the video you're seeing in the UAP video is from a drone that is a spotter for. So that drone that you're seeing the video from has no armament to it. It's just literally tracking the other drone. That's the only thing it does, and spots and highlights targets for it to hit. So in the video, you see it's kind of hard to make out, but you see this thing cruising along, and it looks like it does look like some weird orb looking egg shaped craft basically, and it's got three little tiny things behind it, and then you see this Hellfire missile come in, and it doesn't like go directly into the side of it. It like grazes it and bounces off the side of it and goes flying. Like the Hellfire missile just goes wonky after that. The craft looks like it shakes a little bit, like wobbles, and then just keeps flying straight, like no issue. When I zoomed in on it, you can actually make out certain features, but if I'm being legitimate with it, I don't. It didn't prove anything to me. I saw something that, if for all I know, that could have been an enemy missile with. I can't explain the three things hanging off the back of it though, but it was like it was so. Like it wasn't super compelling evidence. It wasn't like, oh my god, look, aliens, you know what I mean, or anything like this. It was blurry as shit, like you said. Um, and I'm still on that thing of why didn't the Hellfire missile detonate? Like, was it just not armed? But they shot it directly at the UAP, so wouldn't you have armed the missile to explode when it made contact? What happened to all the drone? Well, the whole thing is, it was 2024 in Yemen. They didn't say exactly where. Like, there's data missing from the drone footage that will tell you and they do this, like you can see it on other drone footage. It'll tell you, and I'm trying to think, the GPS, basically like the coordinates. It'll tell you exactly where that drone is. And they do that on purpose because if the drone gets shot down for whatever reason, it gives them a place to start tracking it at to go recover your drone, right? I think the video is real. I just don't know that it was a UFO. Well, I mean, it's a UFO as in unidentified flying object. Yes. Like aliens in a spaceship flying around, it doesn't prove anything. Impact alone, I don't know. I don't know if impact alone would have knocked it down. Like, let me see if I can find it. I'll do the whole. Probably going to lose who's a what's it chat for a second here. Let me see if I can find the video. I'll see if I can't search it up. Blow it up on the screen. Yeah, UAP Hellfire missile. There's one, it's like a short video. I don't think I'm going to get dinged for looking it up and playing it. Yeah. Here it is. Here's the video I saw. Performance. Let me mute this shit real quick. I gotta turn off my camera. Hopefully my camera comes right back on. So this is going to kind of suck a little bit because I don't want to move the thing. We'll let the ads play through. Go to Hell Harbor Freight. Okay. So right here, here is the crafter tracking. Again, all the information, like, well, shit. Can you guys even see this? Or am I just being an asshat right now? I think I'm being an asshat. Hold on. I got to adjust. Boop. Okay. So hopefully you guys, I don't know if you guys can see the mouse. This thing should adapt in a second here on stream. Okay. Can you guys see my mouse or no? No. The thing in the center of the screen, this is going to be the thing that's flying. This is the actual UFO, quote unquote. This is the unidentified flying object, right? This blur. Well, I mean, maybe Jasmine Crockett actually wants to know what the hell if there are aliens. Who knows? But here we go. Okay. So if you notice above the footage, you're going to see where it says LRD lays. That's because they have the target locked using a laser guidance system for the Hellfire from the one drone, from the spotter drone. Okay. Above it, you see where it says -41. That's actually where the GPS coordinates go. That would tell you exactly where our drone is, which is why they probably cropped it out. But yeah. So it's tracking. You can see the thing. It's flying pretty damn quick, whatever it is. And then out of nowhere, you're just going to see a Hellfire missile come in. Bam. Okay. So if I pause it right here, let me go back a little bit. Let's go back to about here. Now that's the missile passing it. You can see the Hellfire missile right where I paused it, right above where it says in. Well, I'm looking at my feed now to see if I can actually see it. See all this crap over here on the side? Okay, yeah, you can see the tip of the Hellfire missile. Playback speed. Let's go to 0.25 and try it from there. You're going to see this missile come in. And now you can really see the Hellfire missile coming in at it. That's the problem. You can't get a scale of it. But I'm guessing these three little things, I thought they were something flying with the craft. It looks like debris that came off of either the missile or the ship. But yeah, we'll keep fast forward. Okay. So now the Hellfire missile has struck the UFO. The Hellfire missile keeps going. Doesn't change trajectory. Like, actually, now that I'm looking at that in slow-mo, that's even worse because the Hellfire missile it actually did make contact. But if it made contact, how come the Hellfire missile didn't like fly down towards the ground, fly up in the air? It didn't knock it off of trajectory at all. It's just going straight. And now the Hellfire missile changes trajectory, and you can kind of see the debris fly off the little orb. And I think this is an up close view, but yeah, now you have these three little pieces that are flying off the back of the ship, or whatever this orb is that the Hellfire is collided with. Like, you can see them; they're right below the crosshair. It's kind of hard to see if you're on a phone, I guess. I can kind of do this with I think you guys can see my mouse. I'm trying to look at the stream too to see if you can. Yeah, you guys can see my mouse, but I'm like pointing at the three little points of debris, and I don't know if that's from from the Hellfire or it's from whatever it just collided with. But this thing just keeps flying. And the fact that those 3 little pieces of debris, if you're still watching, that shit's still moving fast as hell, but those 3 little pieces are staying with the ship. So they're not like just at that point, if something gets hit, those things should get smaller, technically. And they're staying the same size in frame, which is telling me that they're still being pulled behind the ship somehow. Or I keep calling it a ship, but you guys know what I mean. This bullshit right here. So yeah, this is the compelling video or whatever. But those 3 little pieces. So did when the Hellfire collided, did all of a sudden that orb or that ship or whatever eject 3 pieces? Now the screen went to shit, right? Now this is the zoomed out view from the drone. And you can kind of see it on the zoomed out view. You're going to see it real tiny, which is interesting to me that you have 2 cameras on this drone because it's locked on tracking. And like, what the hell is that? Is that the Hellfire? Is that the Hellfire zipping? Shout out to the Independent too. You got 1.1 million, 1.11 million subscribers. So if you're gonna hit me for a copyright strike, you can suck my ass. I'll give you a shout out though. But yeah, I don't know what the hell this thing is. It's not compelling to me that it is a alien spacecraft. It's also not compelling to me that that was a Hellfire missile. We're being told it's a Hellfire missile that hit it, but let me go back in the video. Let's see if I can find it. I can't tell if that's if it's a Hellfire missile, if it's a kid firing one firework at a second firework or what. You know, I can't tell. This is supposed to be a Hellfire missile here. You know, it's definitely something. It's a projectile. But yeah, I don't know what the ball is, and I don't know what the other part is either. Like, could not tell you. But that is the UFO footage that I think I don't even know if it was Ian, if it was Reb. Somebody shouted it out. See, Bob's saying the same thing. The Hellfire should have exploded. If you're firing a Hellfire missile at a target like that, you would think it would detonate the moment it hit the target, and it didn't. It just looked like it went through it. Like, it didn't even look like it bounced off to me. Like, I feel like if you shoot at something, even if there's some kind of alien tech and force field or whatever, and that object hits this other object, right? So your Hellfire hits this. I feel like even if it grazed it, it should have sent the missile downward. It should have hit it and sent it upward. It shouldn't have just hit it and just kept going straight. Like, it's going to deflect and send your projectile in a different direction. It's deflection. You're deflecting whatever. Play the full video. You mean the one where the guy's just talking about it? Because that was like the 1 minute of video that I actually saw at that press conference. And it does look like it hit whatever it struck. It looked like pieces broke off, but then that's the other part of it. Even in flight, like you're going fast as hell, right? If pieces, let me take this paper towel. We'll just do this real quick with it. Okay. The missile hits, the pieces break off and stay behind and just keep flying with it. If shit broke off of it, gravity's magically going to pull it down, like just natural. Even at speed, it's going to start falling out of frame. So you're going to see it, but these pieces are going to just fall down. It kept traveling with whatever the orb was. I'm not saying it's a fake video. I'm not saying it's a real video. I'm just saying I got issues with it because a lot of it does not make sense to me. Hold on. Let me set it back up. It'll only take a second because I still have the tab open. Okay. Let me kill the camera. There we go. All right. So right here in this frame is the Hellfire. Here is the supposed UFO. Like Bob's saying, if we, I'm going to hit play. I got this in slow mode, right? There's the hit. That's where it hit. You can see whatever it hit wobbled. So the object that missile collided with, if that is in fact a Hellfire, it wobbled whatever it is. The Hellfire, though, keeps going. And you're right, pieces do break off. We can see the pieces break off. The Hellfire didn't even, it minorly changed trajectory, but very minor. It didn't knock it up and it didn't knock it down. Like, it should have sent that shit directly down or directly up because you have so much speed, force, and everything else. If it bounced, it would have caromed off of whatever this object was. Now, it wobbled it, and you see the pieces behind it. The pieces of either the ship or whatever it's supposed to be, they are still in frame the entire time, and they are not getting smaller. If anything, it's almost like that thing shit babies. And I'll play it at full speed now that you guys know what you're looking at. Let me go to playback. We will go to normal speed. And this is how fast that shit happened. Now, I don't know. That could be a drone. Boom. Like, the other part of it is, now that I'm looking at it in full speed, right? Watch when the missile hits, and you're going to see this shit. It looks like it's wobbling and crashing down. Like, almost like it's falling away. But then apparently it zoomed out and is tracking it, and it's still just moving across the ocean. So, like I said, I can't say that is that's like 1,000% legit or any of that stuff. Like, I don't know. Alien chaff. I mean, it could be. It could be chaff. It could be, say it was just an enemy drone and they hit it with some kind of ballistic. Maybe it wasn't a Hellfire. Maybe they're saying it's a Hellfire. I thought for some reason Hellfires were a lot bigger than that. And if that is the full size Hellfire, then that's a big ship it hit. I honestly, Bob's in the chat. He's the perfect guy to ask for it. Okay, so Bob just basically confirmed what I thought too. That looked like a very small Hellfire to me. I thought they were much bigger than that. why there was no detonation. He said no comment. I mean, look, when you testify before Congress, if you're found to be lying, then yeah, you're in trouble. Yeah, and that's part of the other thing. We can't tell the scale of it. But if it was like, see, I don't know. Like you can see a hellfire flying, right? But I always thought they moved not hypersonic, but close to sonic, at the very least. They have to move almost to a sonic speed. Like I'm sure we have hypersonics too, but I don't know. Like none of that compelled me or moved me to say like, yeah, that shit's 1,000%. Oh yeah, look at that. Why would they say it is? They so and I can't. I'm trying to. I want to say the guy's name's Richard Doty. For some reason, that sounds 1,000% right to me. Richard Doty. Richard Doty worked for either the FBI or CIA. I can't remember which one it was, but he legitimately launched an entire disinformation campaign when it came to unidentified flying objects. It's the project, I want to say it's Project Blue Book. And he basically, his whole job was to go out and convince different people that they saw an alien craft, that they were dealing with extraterrestrials, and that the government, but it was all bullshit. His whole job was disinformation. They've been doing it for a very long time. And they do that shit on purpose because if they do have some kind of spacecraft that they're back engineering or alien tech or anything like this or any kind of proof, they don't want it leaking out to the public, not just because of the public, because they don't want like Russia to know about what they're working on or back engineering or China. I mean, if everything's to be believed, China, Russia, the US all have UFOs that they're back engineering. How true or false that is, well, your guess is as good as mine. I can just tell you, following it, it's always been said that there was a point in time where the U.S. was working with Russia. I don't know if it was during Glasnost or whatever the hell, but they brought in some Russian scientists, and then the Americans apparently, and I want to say I got this story from Bob Lazar for some reason, that they were working on the back engineering. They figured something out and immediately threw the Russian scientists out of the room. So that was it. They ended their collaboration right there. Good call out right there, Bob. I mean, well, there's other parts of it too, Ian. So anybody that is military intelligence would have to say no comment because the whole thing is you have to be careful with what you're saying. Um, you could expose national secrets, and that's treason. Not only are you facing court martial, if correct me if I'm wrong here, Bob, but you're facing court martial, but it would also be considered treason and endangering your country, and that is basically you could face up to execution. So it's one of those things. Most people that I've seen that talk about UFOs and all that, they're like anybody that comes out and is like, yeah, I'm still a consultant for the government or I work for the government and this is what's going on with UFOs. Oh, and I had to clear this. I'm allowed to talk about this. Um, that kind of thing, but they're still working for the government. It's like they're pretty much like, yeah, they're either disinformation or they lie to that person on purpose and let them go out and spread disinformation without them knowing. Like they may be telling you the absolute truth of what they understand and what they saw, but the people feeding the information are lying to them. Have a great night, Stranded. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll shout you out through the show. I know you watch it while you're at work. I appreciate you. I still got to figure out exactly what the hell I want to do with this because I'm looking at the patterns and stuff. I don't know. I don't know what exactly like. All the scribing or whatever in gold would be kind of cool, but I don't know what I want to do with the actual stand. Well, that's just it. There's so one of the disinformation campaigns was that there's clearance that goes above super secret clearance or whatever, and it was called Majestic 12. And I can't remember who it was, proved that that was bullshit. So people are like, oh, yeah, it's part of Majestic 12. They're not going to talk about it. People that, like Alex Jones, well, you got to understand it's a Majestic 12 level, and they don't let anybody know this information. That's super double secret, probation classified. That's how that works. So average people, they don't even know about it. The president doesn't even know about it. I don't buy any of that shit. But there is a classification that is definitely hidden. That like only generals, stuff like that can access. They don't tell the president everything either. I mean, the guy gets switched out every 4 years. If you told every president stuff, one of them would have blabbed by now. To be honest with you, the one that would have blabbed probably the loudest would have been Bill Clinton. Exactly, Bob. Yeah, top secret and eyes only. Yeah, see, I had a guy on the inside. He gave me eyes only, and I read through it, and the gay frogmen they came for me. They tied me up. They probed my butt a couple times. I wasn't against it, It definitely it tickled. Like really, Alex, really. Yeah, they told Joe Biden. No, Joe Biden would have forgot. He would have forgot. He'd be like, I got to tell you all about the aliens. The the thing. And just that would have been the end of the press conference. Yeah, we're ending the press conference now. Trump probably would have said something like, we got the greatest tech. We got UFOs. I'm telling you now, aliens and all that walking around. They have their little green penises out. They're all over the place. Oh, cool. Thank you, Ian. Yeah, I mean, hey, look, everybody's got their own favorite. It's just my opinion, but I always loved Vulgar Display of Power. I thought that was a fantastic album. Yeah, just remember Joe Biden cured cancer and magically has cancer at the same time. So go figure that one out. But yeah, Trump definitely would have been like, greatest of all time. Russia has UFOs, but ours are better. Ours are bigger. Just shit like that. I I want UFOs to be real. I want aliens to be real. all that stuff. I really do. And that makes me even a harder skeptic on it. Like anything that I can tear apart with something, I will. Um, two compelling cases. There's only two of them, and that is Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar, there's stuff in there that has credibility to me. There's some stuff that sounds like bullshit, but there's a good chunk that sounds credible. And then David Fravor's story is the one that nails me every time. Like that's the one I don't know. I don't feel he's lying. He doesn't sound he doesn't strike me as somebody who just makes up bullshit to try and get famous. Guys like Dr. Stephen Greer, Lou Elizondo. What the hell was the other dude's name? The one that went and testified before Congress and was like he was still in the military, like all this kind of shit, and he was like, "Yeah, I get death threats and all." Eh, something about him I didn't. It was like, "Yeah, I think they just fed you a line of bullshit, brother." Jesus Christ, rebel. And yeah, Ian, exactly. Our penises, they're bigger than the little green ones. We're good. Eh, the green penises are a little bit bigger than the Asian ones, but you know, hey, China, you got some catching up to do. Yeah, I mean, there hasn't, there was a point in time where it is kind of weird because you had Roswell or whatever. Like, technology. Technology is what always makes me kind of stop and pause. Like, whenever we have a huge breakthrough and leap in technology, but then I have to go back and reason it out. Like, well, were we headed towards this conclusion anyway with tech? So stuff like microwave ovens, stuff like this, and it's like, well, what does it do? It excites the wavelengths excite water and things and make the molecules heat, right? Yes, all peanuts very small. You're very large. Wasn't that an episode of South Park? Dear Lord. Man, this is my fault, isn't it? This is like mentioning the girls with the farts in the jar. Just oh god, now we're going to be talking about Martian penises. I, I, a horrible Trump impression has just sent Martian penises to number one trending on Twitter. Like what? My God, I gotta figure out what the hell I'm gonna do. I keep looking at this stupid base and not painting it because I'm trying to figure out what the I'm gonna do with it. Like I gotta figure out what to do with this damn thing. See if there's something I can compare it to anything. I think everything I've got, it's all in like black and white, gray, whatever. Like I'm hoping I can find a find out where I got these files from. I want to say it might have been Photos Mint. See if they have anything. No, that ain't it. That's the Witch King handoff figure. If I can figure out where the hell I actually found this thing and if the person actually painted it. Because a lot of times they leave the shit black and white. Let's see. We'll look across Wicked Movies. Gandalf bust. actually get the damn thing to. Come on, load. Just want to see what you guys did. Like they did it where you had like super white hair. Like I went more gray with it. But they did it where his hair is like super white. I actually am going to tone up the cheeks and stuff, I think, on the skin tone. And they didn't go gray with this. They went more into it, and I might do that with it too. It looks good. Looks like they undertoned the cheekbones. And yeah, they did the ring all gold. Like this little trinket thing that goes on the side is all gold on their paint. Is there like what the fuck? What is that? Did they throw like leaves and shit on here? They basically got the base like. I mean, I could do that with the base. That does make sense. Let me see what it looks like when he's sitting on there. All right. Yeah, I can dig that. They definitely went heavier on contrast too, with the gray on them. The blue is the same. The brown is definitely a lighter brown. Main difference between mine and theirs is the face. The little bowl piece is pretty much done the same way. Jesus Christ, that guy got in there tiny. I'm gonna have to fix the eyes. The way they did the lips, though. All right, so I got some work to do on his face. Everything. I'm gonna have to touch up the bust. I might as well knock this part out though, because this part should only take like a couple minutes if I paint it in this the way they have the model displayed. And of course, I am not seeing what I'm looking for. Is this gunmetal gray? That is silver. I need my damn gunmetal gray. Damn it! Damn it! I mean, it could be a guy that Charlie Kirk humiliated. If that would actually make a lot of sense. If it's somebody that made him look like an asshole. Like if it turns out it's like, oh yeah, this guy, Charlie Kirk destroyed him like 3 days, a while ago, and his girlfriend left him and went out and slept with some conservative dude afterwards and that kind of thing. I could see that. That would make sense to me. Or like his boyfriend was transitioning and Charlie Kirk convinced him not to transition. And he was like, "Yeah, but I kind of wanted tits on my boyfriend." Could be something like that. I could see it. I could definitely see that happening. Like it could be a lot of different things. I just have this weird feeling it's going to be. My worst fear is that it is actually an Antifa person. And the reason why that is my worst fear is because I can 1000% see, and they would have brought it on themselves at that point, but I can see Trump going at them and using it as an excuse and pushing right into California, Portland, wherever where they don't want the federal government in, deeming them a terrorist organization, which maybe they are, but using it as almost like a government overreach excuse, kind of like Patriot Act with 9/11. I could see some shit like that going down, and I'm not all about that. I want less government in our lives, guys. Not more, and not directly up anybody's ass. Now, if they're doing nefarious, like, regardless of anything, this dude is probably, it's an open shut case. No matter what his defense is in court, he shot and killed a man. That's it. That game's over. Like, whoever the shooter is, he's done. They catch him, he's done. It's not going to be like, we're going to break down why you did this and everything. They'll ask him like once or twice, and then they'll be like, that's okay. Gas chambers fired up and ready for you. Put this, here's an injection that you can just put right in your arm. Like, so allegedly he debated Charlie Kirk a while back. So this is new and popping off information going on, Reb. That he allegedly like debated Charlie Kirk a while ago, and because Charlie Kirk does make people look like he's not rude about it. He just makes you look like an asshole because he's become he really was like a game debater. There we go. A little supports got stuck in there apparently. I don't know. I don't trust it. I do see a lot of the live streaming people that are on the quote unquote right, though. Some of them, I really do believe, are hurt, upset. We're friends with Charlie Kirk, stuff like this, and are feeling it. There's others that I think are just envisioning that shit could happen to me. Like, there's actually a palpable fear, I would say, with some of the streamers and stuff like that. People are afraid. I'm not. I'm up the middle, so I'm not too worried. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he planned it for a while, Bob, but it was definitely premeditated. It wasn't heat of the moment or any of that stuff. It was definitely premeditated. There, you can't. There is no defense, and there is no excuse either. Like, Charlie Kirk could have been sleeping with dude's wife. Still doesn't give him the right to like execute him in front of everybody. But yeah, I mean, the big thing to me just tells me that you couldn't beat the guy in a debate. He was making headway with the American youth, and I think taking him out may have been one of the biggest mistakes that anybody could have made, because that is going to generate a ton of sympathy. Like Sheree said, even TikTok people are like, "Yeah, I'll never vote for the left because of this." Like, if that's at all accurate in any way, shape, or form, then this could be the one of the biggest mistakes going forward. We'll find out come midterms. We'll find out when the midterms hit. If the Democrats start lose a shit ton of seats, then this stuff will be fresh in people's mind. But the whole thing is, it's not going to be fresh in people's minds by then. They got a whole lot of time before those midterms to kind of spin this and change the narrative. But I'm also thinking there's going to be a Charlie Kirk act or something passed where it's like if you're caught doing political violence, then, I don't know, they rape your dog. Something. It's going to be something crazy. Yeah, I mean, well, but the whole thing is, so with Charlie Kirk, he was streaming, like he had live stream or whatever. But what I'm saying is just the reactions to everything that happened with Charlie Kirk. There's definitely people out there that are like, "Oh shit, they took down Charlie Kirk. He was way bigger than me and all this and could afford the security or, had all this security and they still got to him. Oh god, that could be me." Like there's definitely some people, I'm not saying everybody, but there's definitely some of the streamers when they're reacting to it, like I can sense fear. It's not even just outrage or sadness that this shit happened to Charlie Kirk. It's it's a fear that this could happen to me. Like Ben Shapiro was one of those where there was one part where he's talking about it, and you got the sense that he was like, not so much. Well, I'm glad it was Charlie Kirk is gone, but you definitely got the sense of thank God that never happened to me. While I was doing, I could have been, it could have been me, kind of deal, like mentality. I don't know, just something in his words and his mannerisms when he was talking about certain shit. Oh yeah, his daughter's like 3 years old or something, Ian. And from what I understand, his daughter was like right there near the stage when it happened. That kid's gonna that the therapy bills are gonna be through the roof. I did also see though that Tucker Carlson and somebody else started a GoFundMe for Charlie Kirk's family, and they put $1 million in it right off the rip. Like Tucker Carlson put $1 million in it. So good on Tucker Carlson for that one, because that was a very nice thing to do. Like he didn't have to do that, but he did. Let's see. Give me the sequin black. Cool, Reb. I will definitely have to check it out. Um, and if you guys want to check it out, it is in the Discord. But yeah, I mean, reality is, if it is a guy that he debated before and he embarrassed the shit out of him, it's still not an excuse. How long ago was the video from, Reb? Do you know, or is it just, you know what I mean, like recent posts? Like people are speculating and shit like that, or do they actually like give you a timeline? This is like from 5 years ago, like 2020. I wouldn't think it would be. Charlie Kirk hasn't been doing the college thing for 5 years, has he? He's been. I know Turning Point has been all over the place for a long ass time. But I don't know about Charlie Kirk being all over the place. I mean, I can play it, but you're not going to be able to see it. So, like, I can play the audio from Discord, but you won't be able to see the video. And the video is what's going to tell the story. I'll look at it real quick. Let me go into Discord real quick. quick. I will look at it and see. Um, yeah, I'm gonna say that guy does look potentially the same. Facial structure, the chin, everything else. Yeah, looking at the picture of it, that could be the dude. Like, but it's also how long ago was that taken? Yeah, he had just gotten asked a question about trans mass shootings. The thing is, though, the shooter on the roof, would he have been able to hear that? You know what I mean? What the question was. Like, I'm sure they had loudspeakers, I'm guessing, so everybody could hear what the question was. But yeah, it's Charlie Kirk started to answer the question, and that's when he got clipped. And like I said, I must be broken because watching it didn't traumatize me, but a lot of other people, and there's a lot of people where it fucked with them, and I feel terrible. As a matter of fact, David Mon did the right thing. I was like, dude, did you take down the video? Because I posted the video after David sent it to me, but David sent me the raw video and didn't clip out the person's name who made the copy of the video before it got ripped off of YouTube. Because they took that shit down quick as all hell. Like, well, they should. Not allowed to depict violence happening to somebody. So that one's actually like raw data video that anybody that's posting Charlie Kirk getting shot is probably going to get taken down immediately. But yeah, looking at the guy, he definitely looks like he's got the same facial structure, same stance, everything else as the guy who shot. But if it was like 3 years ago, people changed. When you're that age, you're not like a major shapeshifter, but I know I changed the way I look within 3 years. Bob, you have Discord. You know how I know you have Discord? Because you had two different accounts for Discord. You just don't realize you have Discord, I don't think. But yeah, you had Discord. Because AVL, you had unofficial AVL chat or whatever, or Discord, and you were definitely in it. That was a long time ago. Because I don't know if I got booted out of it or something glitched and whatever. But for some reason, I got knocked out of it. And yeah, Sheree's got the link up, so you can just hit that and that'll take you right to the video. Oh, the guy who like was asking the fucking question and it tore him. I don't doubt that. You're talking to somebody. I let me preface this. I got to be careful with what I say here. I'm just going to say allegedly. If you're talking to somebody and they get shot in front of you while you're having a conversation with them, it's definitely going to mess with you. Like it's going to jack your head all up. Like seek therapy. because it's a horrifying experience. I'm sure. All right, I'm going to go. I think I'm going to go dark cold on this shit. Like if you don't shit yourself when that happens, well, then you've got tight bowels because nobody would blame you for being scared, scarred, scared or scarred. Posted. Good job, Reb. Reb's all over this. Yeah, I mean, there are no winners here in this. Everything that's happened over the past 2 days, there are no winners. And Jesus Christ, did anybody did I know Trump talked about Charlie Kirk. Did he actually memorialize people today? It is 9/11. At least for another hour. It's 9/11. Did he actually you know, did any of the other presidents show up at like ground zero, any of that stuff? Yeah, I don't know if I like this. Yeah, I'm not sure about this band. Yeah, that's definitely the wrong fucking brush for this. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say it's 100% the guy. It definitely it could be. That's a good could be. I can't say 1,000, 100% any of that stuff. And the only reason why is because if it's not, then some poor innocent guy is going to get all messed up for just showing up at an event and having a conversation. It definitely could be the guy. Like, there's a lot of stuff, the facial structure, everything else. Definitely looks like it could be. I don't know though. I'm not completely sold just yet. But yeah, there's a good chance. Yeah, man, that's what I'm saying too. I've seen nothing about 9/11 today. It's all been about Charlie Kirk. Next year, I mean, is 25th anniversary. But yeah, never forget 9/11. Like, I get it. There's a huge manhunt on and all this stuff, and it's what's happening in the now, and it is important. It's not any less important. But at the same point in time, 25th anniversary or 24th anniversary of 9/11. Like, I remember where I was on 9/11. I know exactly where the hell I was. I was in New Jersey, and I was dating a girl that lived in Jamaica, Queens, New York, a little Puerto Rican chick, and I was dead asleep, and my mom came and woke me the hell up because I was at my mother's house and I was out cold. And she came and woke me up, and she was like, we're at war. They just hit New York. Get ready. Like that was my wake. Like, what the fuck is going on? And I immediately turned on the TV, and I turned it on, and I was like, oh shit, buildings smoking and all this. And next thing I know, I just saw the second plane come in and hit the other building. I was like, oh fuck. Started grabbing my bulletproof vest. Like, just I was like, oh, this is not going to be good. Like, this is not good. Trying to call the girl in New York, couldn't get through to her. Like, it was just a whole big to do because I knew she was supposed to go into Manhattan. She had a job interview. And I was like, oh fuck, and trying to get through. All the phone lines were clogged. It was bad. And then I actually saw there wasn't a memorial site there or anything else, but I went into New York. What was it? Like that the following, I want to say it was like week. But I came in to the Port Authority in New York, and there were all kinds of military walking around, all carrying like M16s, I think it was. I don't even think it was ARs. I think it was M16s. I don't know. Remember, I don't know my weapons. So could have been ARs, but I'm pretty sure it was M16s. And like we actually went to where they were clearing the rubble and everything else, looking at it and everything. It was crazy. Damn. See, like everybody, that's the thing. We all remember where we were on 9/11. Bob was, 9/11 was the day that, like, I don't know where Bob was. Where were you, Bob? Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah, SE. Absolutely. Like, if you went there, it was just, I mean, wall to wall. Like, you could barely move. I remember as we were coming into the city, too, because I would take a Greyhound from I want to say it's Mount Holly. It might be Mount Laurel. It's Mount Laurel, Mount Holly. They're right next to each other, New Jersey, and would take the Greyhound into the Port Authority. And it took me an hour to actually they literally had bomb sniffing dogs and stuff as you went into the like city. Like they were stopping cars, everything else, checking people's ID. You had guys come on the bus checking everybody's ID. Like they were not fucking around. Yeah, Bob was kicking somebody's nuts. He was like they flew a plane into what? Come here. And just kicked the dude right in his nuts. It's almost a guarantee. Yeah, I didn't go to New Year's in New York. I've never done that one. But yeah, Essie, 1,000%. Like the security was just, it was unreal. Like you didn't feel safe. Like the the military being there actually made me feel less safe than when they were there. They made me feel way less safe than not having them there. It felt like shit was about to break free at any second. It was definitely off putting. And I remember the girl, like I said, the girl I was dating, she was in Jamaica, Queens. Actually, we spent the night in Florence, Queens, in a hotel that night. We're over in Florence. But yeah, I remember going to the site and looking at it and being like, holy shit. Like, this is it, huh? Like, this is where it happened. Actually, one of my, one of the crazier cool things, and not like anything about that day was cool, but what I always thought was really cool I don't know how many people know this one. Steve Buscemi. You guys know who he is, right? The actor. He actually went and he used to be part of the fire department in New York. He went and volunteered on 9/11, like just showed up and was like, suit me up, all that stuff, and went out and was helping people. Good on Steve Buscemi. Never asked for credit, recognition, nothing. That was just fell right in. Yeah, dude. Yep, Essie was definitely there because yeah, it was fucking weird, man. I know because I had asked her. I was like, "Did you go to where it happened or whatever?" And she's like, "You can't even get there at first." By the time I had gotten to New York, you could like you could go and look, but you were still kind of at a distance. But yeah, it was like you're right. It wasn't even like they had some kind of way of blocking it off or barricading it off. You just looked and it was kind of just wooden rubble. Like they try to just plywood that shit out or what have you and had a whole bunch of rubble. It's fucking crazy. And then there's all kinds of conspiracy theories with it and questions with it. I've always said that my whole conspiracy theory with it is not that 9/11 was like an inside job or any of this stuff. I always said they just kind of let it happen. It was the only way they could justify Bush Jr. finishing his daddy's war, um, Cheney making a whole lot of money off of it, stuff like this. Oh shit, Bob. I could believe that, brother. I could 100. Trust me, when it happened, the first thought through my head was, I don't. Whoever this is, we need to go and just end all of them. That's what went through my head. On that day, I don't think the one thing about 9/11 that was amazing to me, in hindsight, there wasn't any race, there wasn't any political parties, there wasn't anything other than, are you an American? Yeah. Are you pissed off about this? Yeah. Should we go take out whoever did this immediately? Like everybody was in agreement. Everybody kind of was. Everybody was proud to be an American. Jesus Christ! Fuck's sake! Yeah, you're not wrong, Rebel. Like that is kind of how that played out, isn't it? Yeah, I mean that was just it. Though the one thing about 9/11, I can absolutely say nobody gave a shit about race, political party, sex, any of that stuff. Everybody just, you're an American. And everybody kind of pulled together. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, that was technically, that's one of the more disturbing things with 9/11 too, is that it did change everything. And one of the main things that changed was everybody was like, they're like, yeah, we're passing the Patriot Act, and this way we can nail down on terrorists before anything like this ever happens again. And every one of us were just like, yep, sign me up for that. That's fantastic. And then only to come to find out that, yeah, they used it to just listen to American cell phones and shit. And like steal women that were sending naughty pictures to their boyfriends like, oh yeah, we're just monitoring this chick's phone to make sure she's not a terrorist. Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, so What's with all these naughty pictures that you have on your phone of her? Well, don't pay attention to that. You know, they just that's the problem with government, in my opinion. It's always going to be the problem with government. They if you give them an inch, they will take a mile and they will use it to whatever benefit they can to maintain power. But everybody was pretty much in agreement that I can remember of their rights, or like just signing off, take my rights from me, and you can monitor everybody. Like, yep, that's fine, that's great. We don't want this to ever happen again. And then Pennsylvania was crazy too. The whole "let's roll." You guys remember that, where the passengers down the plane. I still don't know about that one. I still think that plane might have been shot down. So yeah, that was the way the year kicked off. You're talking about the Tesla truck going off in front of Trump Towers. You're right. Whatever happened with that? Like, that was a veteran that apparently, you know, something snapped and he took a Tesla for some reason, and he was supposedly a huge Trump supporter too. And just yeah, but you're right. Whatever happened with that? Like, that's just it. Are we getting serious transparency from law agencies now? Yeah. Are they like dropping shit and then not, like, they'll be like this whole, I mean, granted, this one's going to get seen through to the end, right? This one ain't going away because the American public, like, if they try to sweep anything under the rug with the whole Charlie Kirk situation, they're going to get nailed out. But there's been a lot of stuff like, oh, guess what? Nobody's asking about the Epstein files right now. Why? Because it's not as important as new thing that's happening. And not that, we'll see what happens after everything comes to a conclusion on this. Is everything going to go back to when are we getting the Epstein files? But I do feel like I don't think it's a distraction because this just happened. Like, this isn't a distraction. They need a person, in custody and actually catch the guy, all that stuff, because he is a murderer and son of a bitch and needs to be found and caught and captured. But what happens after he is? Are people even going to remember about Epstein files? Like, did it just erase that shit from the lexicon by accident? The Tesla truck thing. That's a good call out. It's not that I forgot it or memory hold it. It's just there was other stuff that pushed ahead of it. I I don't know. I don't know if it's going to make people forget all about Epstein. Um, it's definitely like that's one of those things. And I mean, I haven't even touched on it. I think I touched on this a little bit last night. Matter of fact, I did because with Medi in the chat and having discussion about different stuff, like the whole thing with Israel just hit Qatar. Like, what is it, Dohan? I think their capital, supposedly to take out Hamas leadership that was the negotiating team for peace in Gaza. And they missed. And they killed a whole bunch of Qatari fucking Secret Service. They killed like one, I don't know, the think what the report was that they killed one of the Hamas leaders, like kids or something, and maybe one of the Hamas leaders, but they didn't actually hit all five of the Hamas leaders like they originally said. And they just bombed a sovereign country that hosts pretty much our. And correct me if I'm wrong here, guys, but I think Qatar has the biggest U.S. base in it over in the Middle East. See, Bob's like, see, that's what I'm saying too, Bob. Is when you announce in a press conference that you are going to seek the death penalty on somebody. Like, if you told me, if we catch you, basically we are going to end your life, then, well, I'm going to go out in a blaze of glory at that point, or go out on my own terms because either way, I'm toast. So I think it's already set up for that kind of narrative, Bob. I think you're right. What was the one that Biden let go? You mean besides the poop in his pants when he met the Pope, apparently? Allegedly? I'm not sure. Are you talking about terrorists? He traded out. Oh God, the whatchamacallit of death, Merchant of Death, and it was a Russian, and he traded it for Brittany Griner, if I remember correct. Damn beans, that's terrible. Please get better. Not just north of Qatar is Bahrain, and that's the biggest base, Bob. Bahrain. Okay. This base. I need to tune up this base a little. Oh shit. I gotta finish out the fucking logo and the ring. God damn it. Get your ass in the base, Gandhi. I gotta mess with you a little bit more. I need to go in gentle. Be gentle. I just need to dust brush this fucking logo. A pain in the ass. Holy shit, is that logo broken? You fucking bastard. I'll have to get a second logo. I'm not gluing this thing on then. Actually, no, the Lord of the Rings part is up high. Okay, so it's just Fellowship of the Ring. Should be fine. Yeah, I mean, Brittany Griner. shit. I'm gonna have to redo this entire little logo thing. Like it looks cool and all that, right up until I realize, like as soon as the paint hit it, if you look at the side of it, let me get that in close. Where is the IP on Fellowship and where is the rest of the G on Ring? Can't hear me? Oh shit. Wait, can you guys hear me now? Sheree? Oh no. You guys cannot hear me at all. Okay, okay. Yeah. God damn it. Yeah, this sucks. I'm going to have to reprint this. The, the fellow the fellows of the rick of the rink. God damn it. The fellows of the rink. Look at that shit. I don't think it was a print mishap. I think this thing was. I probably threw it in a tray or threw it down like that, and it bounced and broke. Either that, or else when I shit. I mean, not that big a deal. I'll just have to reprint it. Might as well see what it looks like brushed. See if it comes out at all good, or if it looks like shit anyway. I just got to reprint the damn little button. God damn it! It's bullshit like this. Drives me damn nuts. Driving me nuts. Yeah, 'cause it doesn't look bad. It doesn't look bad when it gets brushed with gold. Let's see. So when I get the actual real deal one, all right, let me do that so it actually picks it up. Yeah, it doesn't look bad when it's actually brushed with gold, but yeah, that shit's useless. Yeah, I mean that's just it, and they should be. Like service agents should be non-political. They may say like, "Yeah, I enjoyed working with this president," or protecting this person, and I didn't really like working with or protecting that person. But they shouldn't be celebrating the death of anybody. Did they bomb Iraq? I know they hit Iran. I know they hit, well, now Qatar, Gaza, Syria, Lebanon. I didn't think they hit Iraq. I thought they hit Yemen. I thought it was like 7 countries, and that would make 7 countries then, because Yemen would make the seventh country at that point. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Then you're right. I'm gonna say you're right because I'm reading it again. It's Iran, Iraq, Yemen, Gaza, Syria, Lebanon. Yeah. I think that's correct. Medi was saying the same. Medi was in here last night, Beans, and she was saying the same goddamn thing. Like she I went through this whole thing with Medi last night. She said pretty much the same exact thing. a lot of people being doxxed. Like people are outing the people that are celebrating. I mean, I'm not. My sympathy is very low for those people, but at the same point in time, like nobody, do not dox people, guys. Just don't. Even if they're total scumbags, don't dox them. No good can come from that. You may want to dox them, don't dox them. Oh no, you're fine. I appreciate you listening. I actually really appreciate you listening. That was very nice of you. Thank you. I think I shouted you out, but you were in out fast. Like you were listening, um, and Smurf was playing Grounded 2 or something like that. I can't remember. David had come in and told me. He's like, yeah. I was like, yeah, I don't know. Smurf's joining for Valheim tonight, and David was like, oh, he's not. He's playing Grounded 2. I was like, oh, okay, bet. Nurses, doctors, firemen. Wow, and they're just doxing them. Yeah, I don't know how. I don't know that that's going to work out well. I thought doxing people was against the law. People are calling them out to their ball. Hey, you know what? You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Like the so that's one of those damn things. Um, just really is one of those things where if you think you're anonymous on the internet, somebody will find you, somebody will expose you. And with Antifa, they've kind of operated in the shadows for so long, like people that have those espouse those points of view and everything else. It's just a matter of time before they got nailed. And as a matter of fact, shout out to Andy No. He's been exposing them for a long ass time. He's definitely like, oh yeah, this person's Antifa, that person's Antifa. I think I'm starting to get sick, but I think I did it to myself. Because I've been beat up for a little bit now. Like we're only at like midnight and I'm dragging my ass. And I shouldn't be. Not at midnight. I usually go to like 4 or 5 in the morning before I start feeling the way I'm feeling, which means I probably smoked too many cigarettes, something, or maybe I just got some kind of crud. Yeah, see, Beans is saying the same thing that Rebel posted earlier. And you know what? Here's the thing. I'm going to go out on a limb and say just because Rebel brought that shit into the lexicon and found that it's probably going to end up being that guy. I'm not saying 100%, but I'm saying that Rebel, anytime Rebel reports something, it blows up for whatever reason. So it's probably going to end up like, oh yeah, that's the guy. That's 100% the guy, and Rebel nailed it. And allegedly, in your opinion, yeah, I don't blame you there because, like I said, I don't want to be wrong on that. That's why I'm not saying 100%, but I'm saying that Rebel's track record with finding shit is just unparalleled for some reason. I don't know how he does it. Did you? You posted it in Discord? I mean, I can believe that. I didn't see it. Like, well, I've been streaming, so. But just when Rebel was like, yeah, I'm posting this or whatever, that's when I saw it. Oh, no. Ooh, hell no. He looks gay with that. It's Gandalf the Grey, not Gandalf the Gay. What the hell? I wanted a little bit in there, not a crazy amount like that. I went way too heavy with that pink for the lips. I gotta rinse it. Knock that out a little bit. Get his normal skin tone back. Bob's gonna take a nap. If we're still up at 4 in the morning, Bob, or 3 in the morning, then we'll see you again, I'm sure. Maybe do another pass of the pink in there. I'm not sure. Let me look at it. Tighten up this damn eyebrow. Yeah, I mean, three. So, like I said, I think we are going to find out. He is definitely. I think he stole his. I don't know, his granddad's, his dad's, somebody's rifle though. But it's definitely somebody who's older. I'd be shocked if it's something that he bought himself. It's definitely a hand-me-down gun, from what I can tell, or it seems that way to me. What is my latest shade? matter what I do, I'm not finishing this shit tonight. God damn it. Dear Lord. I swear to God, I'm missing a shade of gray, though. I've got to be. Because none of these grays are lining up right. 2, 3, it ain't that one. That is dark. That's metallic. That's white. Definitely not white. The hell. I know I had a lighter shade of gray. That shit down in the background somewhere. Screw you, Punisher. You suck. Jackass. Oh. I got a funny one for you guys. So you guys know that Apollo Creed, what's his name? Carl Weathers passed away earlier this year, right? What's up, mister? How are you? Good to see you. No. Hopefully you guys all smash the like button for me too. But no, I've never seen him. But I did. So we all Chubb, like Carl Weathers passed away. Yeah, the alligator that is in Happy Gilmore, the alligator passed away this year. So I'm like, now when they do that scene and it's the afterlife and the alligator and Chubbs Peterson are together in Happy Gilmore, it makes sense. I'm old and boring. I kind of feel that way sometimes myself, mister. You're not alone there, buddy. Is this the right? God damn it. Never go full retard, and I just did. I should clean up the mustache a little bit. Dude, that the fucking the alligator was like it was 80 to 100 years old when it passed away too. notification, which is rare. Yeah, honestly, my notifications have been dog shit lately. Like, I haven't gotten notified about a lot of stuff. And I'm like, what is going on with this? Mm, that is not good. Let's get in there a little bit. I need go a shade lighter. Probably gonna need to go another shade lighter. Damn it, I need coffee. I'm like, what is missing? I'm missing my damn rock star. Definitely need some like rock star or some wake up juice or something. I'm gonna fall asleep on stream. You guys are gonna hear me snore. That shit's gonna fall. Give me that. Cottage rose, huh? Hopefully this color looks good. I'd be pissed if this shit. Let's see. I need a half step color. Pull down his cheekbones a little bit. Let's see. Why is that? There we go. All right. A little too blown out on this one cheek. always have the old neti pot, or you got the old what guys do when nobody's around. Well, some guys just do it right in public, where you put your finger on your nostril and just blow real hard and just snot rocket it out. Get some soup and some sleep, huh? I don't know. I think you might need an experimental shot to get rid of whatever ails you that's super safe and effective. That might be the way forward. You girls do that too. It's the same way girls fart. They just let it out nice and slow so you don't even hear it. Oh yeah, everything guys do, girls do, but are just incognito about it, like standing up when you pee, like when we pee. I'm sure there's probably some girl somewhere who does, allegedly. Trying to get this just blended just right. Let's see, homie, how them eyes coming out. That's much better. Actually has a little bit of depth. I think I'm gonna bring the beard in though, around that mouth. screwing him up. I think he's coming out all right. What do you guys think? 6. Now that's hovering, not standing. Oh, dear Lord. Thank you guys too for smashing the like, coming in, having fun, chilling. It's crazy out there, y'all. Definitely crazy. Shout out to Stranded, by the way. We got to keep her entertained because probably listening at work when I really get into painting or trying to clean up a paint job. The poor thing's listening and just like, God damn it, game, you're not talking. I'm bored. I thought I needed to clean something up. Yeah, I do. Shit. Oh, we call that firing protein torpedoes. That's what that's called. When you hover to poop and then it splashes, you fired the protein torpedo, and it hit the water and just kaboom. I can't believe this goddamn little button fell off or is jacked. Shit. That's gonna piss me off for a day. Definitely, I gotta darken up that forehead. Heed. Forehead looks off. Blue dot out those eyes too. because it hasn't dried yet. Pain in my ease. Poor Gandalf's starting to look like he has a suntan on his head. I need to go darker and tone it out. Shot of moonshine. Lots of blankets and a hair dryer under them. Make sure you keep the side pans exposed so it doesn't overheat and shut down the hair dryer. That's how I beat every sickness. It used to be Jack Daniels, but that is way too much toning down, I think. Oh yeah. I just toned down your fucking skin by a lot, buddy. And I think I done did fucked up. I definitely toned down his head, but damn, you guys can't even see color difference, can you? You kind of can. I definitely got to fix his eyes too. Oh, what a pain in the ass. I need a half step. Make his forehead actually look right. Poor dog's having a heart attack every time I do that shit. Come on. Yeah, cameo blush, that works. Get up, get down. Yeah, that's something I asked earlier, mister. Where were you on the 9/11 when it happened? Do you remember? Not sure if you know, like, seems like everybody remembers where they were on 9/11. Jesus Christ. Yeah, too soon, mister? Too soon? Next thing you know, you'll be telling jokes like I'm not even going to say it because, yeah, it shit just happened yesterday. I was going to work a Star Trek joke in there about getting beamed up, but I mean, I don't think the world's going any crazier than normal, is it? Like, it's been a pretty fucking crazy year from start to almost finish. We're not even done with the year yet. I forget, like, it's crazy. You should look up how many celebrities died this year. I will say that much. Definitely kind of insane. Like, it's a lot. Like, we lost Ozzy Osbourne. We lost Hulk Hogan. This is just recent. Carl Weathers. Was Carl Weathers this year? I swear to God he was this year. Like, it's definitely been an interesting year. Yeah, Malcolm Jamal Warner, minor celeb though. Like, I mean, Ozzy Osbourne, icon. Hulk Hogan, icon. Apollo Creed, icon. Roberta Flack, icon. Like, Loretta Swit. I was like, wait, Loretta Swit died? I don't even remember that. Norm from Cheers, George Wendt died. Like, what? Gene Hackman, Val Kilmer, yeah, Doc Holliday, good old oh God, what was this? What was Gene Hackman? Well, Lex Luthor, but um, what was Gene Hackman's name in? It was something Bill in Unforgiven, and that's where you were, Beans. Yeah, yeah, that's they definitely locked the bases down. Hitting this goddamn little dot of paint. I mean, you had all kinds transgender shootings way up. Maybe Mister. Maybe you weren't so far off the mark when you said like MK Ultra type shit. Like, do you think it's just because Trump's in office? Or do you think there's something more, like something in the drugs they were giving them? They're like, okay, switch the drugs over to this now. Oh shit! You son of a bitch! I can't believe that just fucking happened. Fuck. Let's try and get that fucking blue out of there. Yep. Yeah, George Foreman. We lost George Foreman this year. Man, that one does fucking really hurt. Yeah, icon. That is a boxing icon. Foreman and Ali, the whole rope a dope. My God, what a fight! Not old school, older George, with the trunks pulled up to his tits, like old school George Foreman, like break your thumbs, George Foreman. Yeah, Frazier died a while ago, though. I've actually been to Joe Frazier's gym in Philly. There's a GameStop actually right across the street from where it was. Please tell the funny story. Yeah, I mean, 2020 was a crazy year, but we're in 2025, 5 years ago. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's been nuts because as soon as we hit the 1 year anniversary on the channel, I'm just like, God damn, has it really been a year that I've been fucking streaming? Like, you guys have been listening to my bullshit for a year? You poor people. That is actually funny. Why the hell were you wearing a mask in your car alone? Yeah, that is crazy, mister. Like I said, 14 days to slow the spread. We complied, and on day 13, everything opened up. You would walk into a store and be like, you'd have your mask, your face diaper in your hand, and you would walk into the store and be like, "Do I need to put this on?" They'd be like, "Nah, don't even fucking worry about it." And then we're just watching the rest of the country like, "What the fuck are you guys doing?" Like I'm talking to people in New Jersey, they're like, "That COVID shit's it's terrifying and all this," and I'm like, "Yeah, down here it ain't really a thing." Matter of fact, what was funny down here, we could at that point in time we could tell who the tourists were immediately if they were walking around with their mask on. Like you fucking tourist. That's funny, an FDT flag, huh? Um, yeah, the heat down in the south. Yeah, it definitely gets hot down here. Definitely gets hot down here. I need. Hopefully this shit didn't dry out too much. God damn it, it did. Yeah, it was funny talking to people like up north and down here, and I'm just like, "Wait, you guys are still wearing masks and shit?" And they're like, "That shit's real. I know people that died of it." You do? Yeah, one lady I work with. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, that's got to kick people in the ass now, though, when they're finding out, like, it was pretty much just the flu. FDT. Fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, good on you, Ian, for getting rid of your Facebook then. I mean, social media in general. Like, I know YouTube is social media, but, like, it just. Why the fuck do we take things that could be really, really cool and turn them, like, toxic as all get out? pretty consistent basis. I'll never understand it. All these little fucking touch-ups drive me nuts. Have a good night, Rebel. Thank you for all your reporting, keeping us informed. And shit, now that it's good, I can play like press conferences and stuff like that through Discord. Now we know that's a thing. I haven't deleted. I've gotten deleted by quite a few people on Facebook. My Facebook just sits dormant though. Like I don't even post there. There was a point in time where I was posting every time I would go live and all that shit, and I stopped doing it. I just completely stopped. I mean, look, firing is one part, but if they're actually starting to dox people, you are going to have people who are going to lose their shit and be like, "Oh, you know what? You think that's funny? I'm showing up at your house tomorrow." And like, "Oh, well, it ain't so funny now." Like, there is a whole. This could be the first step towards something really, really ugly. God damn it! This Fellowship of the Ring badge. I don't even want to glue it the hell in. Just I gotta tighten up those fucking eyes. They're gonna drive me nuts. careful. That's how I fucked it up before. No, Ian, it's not good. Like I said, I don't want to see the country rip itself apart. I don't want to see. You do have people that are at that point. There's a lot of people that Charlie Kirk's death is going to be the breaking point to them. Like, I am done putting up with your shit. And it's like, that's never a good thing. Nothing good can come from that. Wait, hold on. There was a vigil for Charlie Kirk, and a bunch of liberals showed up, and like what? Like just like he's dead or whatever, and they just started whooping their ass. Is it a turning point or is it a burning point? That's kind of the question, in my opinion. Is it a burning point or a turning point? Fuck it. Let's see how he looks. Let's see how Gandalf the Grey came out. I think he came out all right. Yeah, I mean, I definitely the first time Trump was in office, I definitely owned a shit ton of libs on my on my Facebook. Like definitely when they would say dumb shit, I'd be like, that is not true. Like just say stop saying dumb shit to the point where my aunt was like super upset with me over it because she would post something, I'd be like, that ain't true. This is, and then she'd be like, oh really? Where'd you read that? CNN? What? Yeah, right here. There you go. Oh well, very fine people. Like, and I'm like, oh, you mean that shit? Yeah. One, he did say there were very fine people on both sides. What did he say next? He didn't say anything next. Oh really? And then I'd post the video on her Facebook. She would get so fucking. She was livid. Thanks, Ian. I appreciate that. Damn. Yeah, I mean that's just it. Here's the thing. If did they just create a monster? I said this. Maybe I typed this in Facebook. Is Charlie Kirk going to end up being a martyr? And it's looking like he's becoming a martyr. That should terrify the shit out of the left. What terrifies me about it is I don't want a super dominant and powerful right wing party. I want a left wing party that comes back to the middle and can actually like we can have good debate and people are realistic about things. And it seems like anytime we get to that point where the left might swing back or should have that, as you guys are joking about, the turning point where they can turn around and be like, okay, we're going back to the center and arguing with you so we stand on even ground. They end up pushing harder to the left. And I'm like, what the fuck are you people doing? Yeah, Beans. Sheree was saying that earlier. That's exactly what Sheree had said too. I don't even think lefties have become Marxist. They're trying to run a. The problem is this: the definition of insanity is what? Doing the same thing over and over again and achieving the same result, right? They are doing the same thing over and over and over again. They might as well be bouncing their heads off of a fucking brick wall and thinking they're going to go through it. Instead of changing up, instead of reversing course or fixing things, they're pushing and pushing and pushing, and all they're doing is making shit worse and worse for themselves. This sucks. This should go right here. Nope, that little fucking button. And you're right. The monster was banging on the door. People were already sick of bullshit. And you're seeing it, like, you're not even just seeing it like politically or anything like this or in the way people are voting. You're seeing it in our pop culture. Like, the woke shit it has been dying. It's been dying, it's been dying, it's been dying, and now it's pretty much dead because people have had enough. And that monster was banging on the gates like, oh, just let me the fuck out. And you fucking just went, okay, here you go. I'm just going to leave this open for you. And Charlie Kirk's death may be that inflection point that does it. Yeah, and that terrifies me. If you're correct, Beans, with what you just said about the center right is gone and it moves to the, that terrifies me. I don't want shit moving more to the right. Like, I don't think offsetting the crazy is more crazy. I think it's more rationality and logic on both sides. It, bringing people together, not dividing even further. It's going to make shit worse. A lot worse. I'm not the and Sheree exactly Sheree Beans. I'm agreeing with you guys. Like, that's what I'm kind of seeing too. Is like, it seems like everything, but it terrifies me because I do. I want to see. I want to be able to sit here with people like Shaquille Oatmeal or Ivan or something and have a discussion and understand the way they think. I'll never have those discussions. One, because I'm not important enough to have those discussions, but two, there's no way because they're going to think like I'm just going to melt them. And it's like, no, I just want to understand why you think the way you think. See, like people, fucking TikTok. I won't. I'll never understand it. Just I can't. I don't get it. Shit has come up for me on TikTok and like oh, this video is on TikTok. I'll click on it and it will be a video about nothing that I give a shit about. I'm just like, why am I seeing this? Like, I was looking for instructions on how to do this with painting or modeling or whatever, and instead I'm seeing this shit. Like, what? But yeah, Sheree said the same goddamn thing earlier. She's like, I'm seeing a lot of younger people that are like, yeah, I want nothing to do with this. I don't want to be in the, I don't want anything to do with Democrats, all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, Sheree, you're not wrong. I agree with you. You are not wrong. TikTok is too big to ignore. There's too many people. My pal Bubba that was in here, he's like 3 or 4 years older than I think he might even be 5 years older than me. Bubba's on like watches everything on TikTok, like all his news, all that stuff, and I'm like, bro. You still get that thought with the what forever, really? See, I mean, that's just it, though. At this point, six, the problem for me is right and wrong. Like you're saying, it seems like people want to make wrong things justifiable and everything. I look at shit more like good and evil. You know what I mean? Like, is it good or is it good and evil? Like you can define good, define evil. Like I'm pretty sure taking a kid, pumping them full of chemicals, and cutting their fucking genitalia off, it's pretty goddamn evil in my book. Now, I get it. There's a mental condition and all this that goes with it. And I feel terrible for those people and all that stuff. But when it comes to like little kids, like, yo, leave the fucking kid alone. Let them grow up. Let them figure that shit out on their own. I don't care if little Johnny likes something put in his butt and that's what gets him excited. Doesn't mean he's got to cut his junk off. Yeah, I hear you, Ian. Yeah, like Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird. Yeah, you're not wrong. Eugene, I told you before, dude. YouTube is not letting you post because you keep adding a dick pic at the end of it. You can't put dick pics on YouTube. I keep telling you this, Eugene. You got to stop. Well, younger gen's moving further and further right because, like, I mean, if we're really breaking it down, there's, I mean, what's special about being on the left at this point? The only choice you have is basically like being gay isn't enough anymore. You have to be transgender, right? Which means you got to have chemicals pumped in you, stuff like this. You can't just say I'm transgender and be transgender. You actually have to be actively like, oh, I'm transgender. Okay, well let's give you these chemicals, these hormones, all this stuff. And it's like, no, no, no. I just wanted attention. So the coolness is worn off. Oh, I see what. Yeah, I see why YouTube censored that comment. Yeah, that's. I'll never understand that one. Like I won't call for anybody. I don't want to see a man lose his life in either one of those cases. But at the same point in time, there was no part of me that was ever going to celebrate a crackhead. Okay, did I think he should have been, like had his life snuffed out? No. Do I think he was a good person and like everybody should have been like, oh my God, this poor fellow? No, not really. He was a fucking crackhead. Back in my day, it was like the only thing crackheads were good for was like, yo, I need a big screen TV at like 3 a.m. Like, oh, $20 in a rock and I'll go get you whatever you want, boss. Okay, cool. Go get it. Yeah, not dude. That not standing for that little boy with cancer. That was disgusting. That little boy, like that, might be the highlight of his life. The president made him an honorary Secret Service member. That's all I wanted to be was a cop and all that, and making him a secret. And you couldn't cheer that on, like that feel good moment because you hate the person who did it so much. Like you need to get the fuck over yourself and be a human being. You fucking lizard skin suit wearing motherfucker. Beans. I didn't need TikTok to tell me that though. I didn't need mainstream media. All I need is like and I'm not going to mention their names cuz they don't watch my show, but I have gay and lesbian friends. Like I know people that are gay and lesbian back in New Jersey. One is actually a very good martial artist. The one chick, she just destroys people. But they're not all about that life either. They're just like, look, we're gay and we just want to be kind of left alone. Like, and trans people freak us the fuck out too. So it's not a shock to me. I appreciate that. But yeah, I don't need TikTok to tell me that. I've got actual people that I know that are like gay dude and definitely like two or three lesbians. I had some pretty good lesbian friends. And some of them weren't always lesbians. I'll tell you that too. You see the fast food on it permanently. Oh yeah, the scale of it's off the track. If you didn't realize what the scale is, like gay people. So the whole thing was, if somebody was gay, they spent. I mean, the way I look at it, I'm not going to speak for them because I can't completely speak for them. I've just seen posts from and stuff like that that were definitely anti-trans and they were gay people, right? What I can speak to, or what I think, just outside perception, and I could be wrong, but there is a whole period of time in American history where if you were gay, you had guys that would go around beating up gay people just for being gay, like a gay couple, a pair of dudes, right? Stuff like this. Um, Women were a little bit more accepted if they were lesbian, but especially if they were lipstick lesbians. But gay dudes in particular get the shit stomped out of them. People's dads would disown them. Oh, my son's gay. You're not my fucking son anymore, right? And they fought for a long time where they were kind of accepted in society. And they gave that little inch, and next thing you know, they got gay marriages recognized, all this stuff. And then what happened? All of a sudden, it's like, nope, nope, that ain't enough. Now you got to cut your shit off and take these hormones and, get a pair of boobs put on one of y'all. Like, well, I don't want boobs put on. I'm happy with my equipment and I'm gay. Well, no, but you're not special anymore. And I think I'd be a little angry too. Have a good night, mister. I thought you left a while ago. I didn't even see any dad jokes. Oh yeah, well the ped sites, yeah, they're out there. They're definitely out there. Yeah, Eugene, there you go. You're no son of mine. Bill Collins. Yeah, Mister really was on pretty damn late for Mister. He was engaged in conversation though the whole time. So shout out to him. It was nice of him. He was hanging out. My whole thing is I don't have a problem with trans people. I think you know, kind of each their own. But again, I'm going to say this again. Was it all kinds of lefties losing their shit on TikTok and making fun of Charlie Kirk dying and on Twitter and all that because I'm not on those platforms? Or was it just trans people making fun of his death? Because every video I saw, it was all trans people featured, like basically talking shit on Charlie Kirk dying. And that was all the videos that I saw. But that could be them hyper focusing those people. And that's not good. That's going to lead to a backlash that that community does not want or shouldn't want. They should just want to live their lives and be cool. All kinds of lefties, okay. Okay, that makes me feel actually a little bit better because everybody that I saw that was making videos about people celebrating, um, Charlie Kirk's death, it wasn't just like standard ass people. It was they were all trans or they look trans. Yeah, and you're right, Ian. Like that's just it. I'm never going to like look, my ideology or whatever or lack thereof one, I'm not shoving that down anybody's throat. Don't shove your shit like in my face and down my throat and bend the knee and all. You tell me to bend a knee or kiss a ring, I'm going to punch you square in the nuts like I'm Bob in Vegas, okay? I'm just like I'm not all about that. Like that's fine. That's great. Yay, celebrate you. I'm happy for you, I guess. And if that's what floats your boat and that's what makes you happy. But yeah, I'm not about that life. What? Oh my fucking god, are you shitting me right now? Let's try this again. This time with feeling. There we go. That did it. Now, to be honest with you, I've only come across. I have to fix that real quick. In real life, I don't think I've. Well, no, I know one person that has a kid, and I say kid. I think they're either in their junior or senior year of high school that has come out as trans, and I've never met that kid. None of that shit, and I don't know any trans people. I can honestly say that I've never bumped into one or any of that stuff. I've seen a cross dresser back in New Jersey when I was younger. You know, one dude, it was crazy. This guy looked just like John Lithgow, right? And he used to come into my Blockbuster all the time. Nice guy and everything else. Just he wouldn't talk much. He'd always say just like hello or whatever. One day, this dude came in, and like I saw it when he came in. Like I mean, his hair was thin like John Lithgow's. Everything comes in, full makeup on, in a red dress with earrings and all that, and comes up and is renting a movie and like is just staring at me. And I'm like, what the fuck? And like, I guess he was wanting me to say something to him about the way he looked. And we're going back to Blockbuster days. That's got to be like 2002, 2003. And I was just like, here you go. Due back next Wednesday before noon. All right. Have a good day. Have a good day. And like, was like, I think disappointed that I didn't like, oh, either you look good in that dress or what the fuck. But like the level of disappointment I was reading on his face was like, really, you're not going to say anything? I question people all the time with boobs and beers. Nice. Yeah, there you go, Beans. You know what? Now that you say that, Sheree, there was a dude chick that was actually very nice that my wife thought was actually a chick. And I was like, that was a guy. And she's like, nah. I'm like, yeah. And it was actually at Hobby Lobby when we were checking. No, it was Michael's. No, maybe it was Hobby Lobby. It was one of the craft stores though. And I was like, oh no, that was 100% a dude. And she's like, no, that was a chick. I'm like, go back in and go look. So she went back in and bought like a Coke out of the little fridge and was just like, holy shit, you're right. It was a dude. I'm like, I told you. And yeah, Beans, that's the whole thing. I don't give a shit what grown adults do. That's your business. Don't hurt kids. Don't hurt animals. That's it. That's all I'm asking for. Also, leave me the fuck alone. I don't remember that one forever. I mean, if you can tell me what year it was, I'll tell you which girl I was banging. Like, was it freshman year, sophomore year, junior year part two, or senior year? Which one out of those 5 years of my high school career was it? Junior year part two. There was yeah, it would have been right around 17. So while there was the bartender Abby, there was God, what was that one chick from Shawnee? Amy. There was a Jen. Yeah, that was Jen L. And a girl named Val. Yeah, that would have been 17. If it was junior year part one, it was definitely the one chick, Amy. God, what was her name? The one girl's little sister. She was a sophomore. Her friend. There was a Vicky, Jenna, Heather. Yeah, okay. You know what? I know exactly who you're talking about, and yeah, yeah. Oh, oh, god damn it! I can see her face and everything too forever, but I can't remember her fucking name for the life of me. But yeah, I know who you're talking about, and yeah, she was not bad looking at all, but she had dragon breath because I don't know if it was her molars. It had to be her molars because her teeth didn't look all that fucked up. But it was definitely something like she definitely she'd talk to you and you would have to like be looking the other way. You'd be like, "Damn, that's a pretty girl," and then she'd start talking. You're like, "Oh, dude, this went beyond halitosis. This was like she'd start talking, and like if you're eating with a spork, the spork would melt in your hand." But she was like seriously an attractive girl. Like very, very attractive girl. It was just like I guess poor dental hygiene. Like it was bad. Yeah, old kiddo is kind of a tomboy, which is funny because as my wife jokes with her, because usually for Christmas, kiddo gets like $100 gift card to whatever makeup brand or whatever she uses. My wife will mail her out like a gift card for $100 for makeup because, as we always joke, she likes to whore her face up. But yeah, kiddo is definitely a tomboy. I mean, shit, she's riding dirt bikes. Tonsil rocks. Yeah, I mean, there was definitely like, yeah, Forever's not wrong. She definitely. I had to think about it. As soon as he said dragon breath, it's like, oh yeah, what the hell was that girl's name? Yeah, it's just terrible. Looking back on it, I definitely did it. I think the most important girls that I ever dated, their first name always started with a vowel. Like so AEIOU. And then there was a lot of repeating names. There was quite a few Kims, quite a few Jens. Like I said, there was a Jenna, Stacy. Stacy was another one that repeated. There's a lot of names that just always repeated. I mean, forever. You're talking, for fuck's sake, we're going back to what? 92? 91, 92, 93. Not even, would have been, let's see, 15 would have been, for me, 15 would have been what, 90? Yeah, because 16 was 91. That was me hanging out with Bubba and all those guys. That's when I first met all them and Guido and everybody. That's when I was really like, I was a whore, if I'm being honest. And then 17 or whatever. So yeah, like 92, 93. And then because I got thrown out of high school my first junior year with 1 month left, I had to repeat a whole year. And that took me to 94 for my finish. Beans, I will never answer that question. And dating is one thing. There was plenty of girls that I dated for a night and just that was it. It wasn't even well, no, I wasn't ripped like big built. I was always lanky. Um I had a swimmer's type build. Like I was lanky. I wasn't ever ripped. Like I was never big and bulky or like super muscular or any of this. I was always just lanky. But or unless you mean ripped, like I definitely throw back quite a few drinks and party my ass off. Yeah, yeah. Then I was ripped in that respect. Definitely. Yeah. Not only was I tall and wore a trench coat, my glasses were I had the permanent tint on there, so they almost look like sunglasses. And I would break my frames all the time, so after a while I would legit just buy sunglasses and pop the lenses into them because I would break my frames like once a month, and that shit got expensive. Yeah, and I was tall and wore a trench coat, and like I I definitely did not give like a goddamn fuck about anything. Like yeah, I used to have this one joke. It was called the five methods of masturbation that I would do at a party. And like when I was at a party, I'd strip down to like my underwear and do this whole joke. It was like a whole routine, and I actually have a video of it. And I only stripped down to spandex when I was at the party. I did, but like, yeah, I had no shame. Like I had no fear. I I definitely was a fucking wild man. Eugene was a big boy. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Yeah. I was the best way to put it, Ian, I was wiry. Like the replacements, like the kicker. Like he's a little skinny, ain't he? I'm wiry. No, I was not. I was not a jock. I was not. I didn't like forever will tell you I didn't fit in with anybody. I just did my own damn thing. Like I could hang out with the motorheads, I could hang out with the nerds, I could hang out with the jocks, I could hang out with, they weren't really called goth or emo back then. I don't know, the cure heads is what we used to call them. But I could hang out with those people. Um however you want to say. I could hang with everybody and did hang out with everybody. Like I knew everybody. I didn't have. I had a set of friends, which was Bubba and the Outlaws, basically. Like Guido, Bubba, Guido's brother Jerry, this other dude named Rich, a guy named Bob, Eddie Farley, like all these different dudes that were all from around. Because the whole thing is, it was more like a town thing, and it's crazy. Like looking back on it, shit's crazy. Now I don't talk to anybody. I talk to Bubba. That's it. Like all the old timers, I fucking are either dead, moved on, or I don't even talk to them. Yeah, Eugene, that's good stuff, man. Um, definitely congratulations. Losing weight is not easy. And yeah, you hung out with goth punk and nerds. Yeah, we had different sets of them. Um, like I said, I hung out with I got along with everybody, and I had gotten an award when I graduated for the student who shows the most kindness and courage to others. And I got that because I would protect like the weaker kids from the tougher kids. I would bully the bullies, stuff like that, and only because it was kind of a pay it forward kind of thing. Like people took care of me when I was a freshman. Like they didn't have to; they just did. Like I didn't fit in with anybody, but I fit in with everybody. If that makes any kind of sense. Yeah, sorry, bud, if it flagged that vibe from you. But no, I definitely, you've heard me say this all the time. All I ever did back then was party, chase tail, and fight people. Like that was my life back then. That's all the dumb shit I did, and like play video games. And when I turned 18, started smoking weed, and it was a whole nother level to the party where I just abandoned different shit. Found out one of your references is dead. What? Really? Wow, that's crazy. No, I mean, I'm going to say my high school life was basically working the bar and then sleeping through most of my classes. Like I said, that got me thrown out my first junior year, like at the end there, because I just didn't give a fuck, like at all. Where they actually sent me down to the child psychology team. Like I had this one dude. It was my junior year, and I had the that used to come up during lunch and would grab, like, if we had tater tots or whatever, he would grab my tater tots, and it was one of the things we used to have it. Me and Guido used to call it my funny papers, basically. But it was the whole research thing they gave to my mom that the child study team had done on me, like the whole write up, and it was all different shit that I had done. And one of the things that was fucking hysterical, and I really wish I had those funny papers. But we used to pull them out and we'd read them at parties. Everybody'd laugh and shit. And yeah, that was that. I did that shit. But one of them was they were like incident on whatever the date was. And I was in lunch, and the senior used to come by and would grab my tater tots off my plate. And I told him, dude, you keep doing that, I'm going to stab you. Right? No, allegedly, like, I'm going to stab you. And he come back, the next day or whatever, grab a tater tot. I'm like, bro, I'm warning you, I'm gonna stab you. Oh yeah, whatever, blah 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 blah. This guy came back. I had taken the spork because we didn't have forks and knives and all that stuff. I had taken one of the plastic sporks and cracked off the outside, so it was just the middle pieces, so it was like super sharp. His hand went down for my tater tot. I stabbed that motherfucker right in the back of the hand with that thing. Man, they threw me down that child study team like and it said it right on the paperwork. He fashioned a weapon out of a spork and stabbed somebody in the hand with it. Like, can't make that shit up. Like, fashioned a spork into a weapon and stabbed someone in the back of the hand with it. We gave him the puzzle test, and he put the girl's head on upside down. Like, it was a little wooden puzzle, right? Like it, and it. You had a guy and a girl, and the girl was like a triangle shape for the body, and then the head and two little arms that came off, and two little legs that went down, and then the boy had like a rectangle for the body. And so I put the boy together right, and I put the girl together wrong. And the way I put the girl together wrong was I put the whole body together right, and then had the head flipped upside down so the little pigtails were sticking straight up in the air. And they're like, "Yeah, so you put the boy together right. Why did you screw up the girl?" I said, "I don't know how the hell these things go with the clothes on." Like shit like that. Like I was definitely full of myself back then. And like had no reason to be either in hindsight. Like it is just I was just fucking wild, man. But yeah, I mean, I pulled stuff like that. That got me expelled from school for like a week. Out of school detention for a week. Or out of school expulsion or whatever the fuck it's called. Suspension. Like, but that was the answer. That was the true answer. I don't know how the hell these things go with the clothes on. Yeah, we're calling your mom. She needs to pick you up. Like, oh shit. High school was definitely was crazy. And what was crazier was because I got thrown out my junior year, they weren't going to let me come back. Like they were like, "Nah, we're not taking them back." And my mom legit went in there. And it was probably one of the best. The only times one of the only times I can remember that my mom was a true parent. She went in. She goes, "It's his fault. I'm not blaming you guys. I just wish you'd give him another chance." And they're like, "We can't get the one teacher to sign off of it because my shop class, that was the part of the problem, was the one teacher in there." So the other teacher, because she taught accounting, she didn't know what the fuck she was doing. But then the other teacher was teaching the computer end of things, and she knew exactly what she was doing. And that teacher that did computers, Miss Colton, shout out to her. May she rest in peace. She died of cancer maybe 6, 7 years back. But Miss Colton said, "Hey, look, your son's a good kid. He doesn't get along with the other teacher. And she treats him a certain kind of way, and he reacts to it." She goes, "I will take him in my class for all 4 periods instead of two, and then send him over to the other class. If he's okay with that, then I will, I would be happy to have him back in my shop." And the principal signed off on it, and I finished out. Most improved student, I got an award for. I got the one for student who shows most kindness, courage to others, and stuff like. Miss Colton really did put her neck out, and she told me, she's like, "Look, I told him this, and if you screw up with me, it's done for you. But if you actually put in that work, then I got you." I was like, "Okay." And I was like, "I don't have to interact with you. Don't have to interact with." Okay. And I was like, but my senior year and all that, like I was a fucking monster, and I did it all just to shove it in the other woman in that other teacher's face. A year after I graduated, she was fired. Have a good night, Mr. Eugene. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, you know what? You just reminded me. Shout out to Stranded Lifeform. Thank you for listening this long and listening to fucking Gam's high school stories. Gamster. Fucking forever. Yeah, okay, so forever with his bomb parts and the books on him and stuff like that. Forever was like, I was like, he's not lying. Like he's not making that up. He used to scare the shit out of people with that because he was in electronics. And if I remember correctly, somebody fucked with him one time in lunch, and I think this was you, and you pulled out, and it was, I want to say, a few capacitors that were all linked together, and you touched the person with it. It was like it was basically like an improvised taser, and he tased the fuck out of somebody during lunch one time for fucking with him. Yeah, Miss Colton kept her job. The other lady, Miss Colangelo, she got fired. And then she went to Miss Colton after, Miss Colton went through it with me. And she was the one who nominated me for the two awards when we graduated. And because they came with like grants for college and shit like this, or to further my education. And I used both of them. And that's exactly what I did with them. That's how I got my networking certificates all done. And what was the other one? Computer repair certificate, like license to repair computers or whatever. It's because I used those two grants in conjunction to continue my education afterwards. But yeah, Miss Colton, 1,000%. Like that woman, she was a saint as far as I was concerned because she didn't have to put her neck out for me. But when they came in to fire Miss Colangelo because the valedictorian the year I graduated complained to the principal about and used me as one of the examples about how I had improved and everything else, and how Miss Calandro actually was an awful teacher and it wasn't my fault. But she had done shit to other students too and treated them a certain kind of way. So they let her know she was getting fired, and Miss Colton turned the fuck around and like Colangelo went to Colton and said, "Hey, can you write me a letter of recommendation because they just informed me they're terminating me?" And Miss Colton said, "No, I can't because you're a terrible fucking teacher." Yeah, exactly, Forever. That's what I'm talking about, you crazy bastard. You used to do stuff like you used to build all kinds of crazy shit. And then I can't name the two books that Forever gave to me on a floppy disk. But Forever gave me two books and I still have them to this day on a floppy disk. I think I still have the floppy disk, but I printed them out in full and I have them. And I never would have been able to get my hands on them otherwise because they were out of print, or the ones that they did have in print, they cut things out. Fucking yeah, you were definitely you were creative. One of the favorite things that Forever had taught me, and I will not tell you guys how to make this thing because I'm not trying to get sued or arrested or anything for putting knowledge like this on the internet. But one of my favorite things was a tennis ball that basically will explode like a hand grenade if it's thrown. Like if you throw it at something, it just boom. But fucking Forever's the one who taught me that shit. It's your fault, buddy. And like, it was a fun thing. It was the same way we used to have alcohol cannons back in the day and shit like that too. Yeah, I bet it got you into most trouble. Yeah, it like yeah, like it was definitely like I said, we lived in a different time though. Like it wasn't like I was going to hit anybody in the face with one of those tennis balls. You know, you might throw it by somebody's foot and scare the shit out of them when it detonated, but Works bombs. Yeah, I mean, so there was a kid in the other high school, like not my high school. This happened in a different high school, and I think I've told this story before, Ian. Before you were watching me, I've definitely told this one before. But the one kid he was basically, I want to say he was bound for like the AAA like league. He was, the typical jock or whatever, but he was a star on like their baseball team. And he used to pick on this kid named Philip. And Philip was a science nerd. And Philip was actually like 2 years older than me. And the the jock, this kid Brian, he was, I want to say either a year older than me or the same age as me. But he used to pick on Philip all the time, constantly, constantly. And Philip was like, he was a serious science nerd, all into chemistry, all that kind of shit. Well, one day, he picked on Philip a little bit too much and fucked with him a little bit too much and thought it was funny as hell. The next day, Brian goes and opens his locker and it blew up and set him ablaze. He had made a chemical bomb and put it in Brian's locker. And they said that if he angled it so it hit Brian in the chest. If he hadn't had it at this angle, it would have hit Brian right in the face and just like basically annihilated his face, like scarred him for the rest of his life, like burned half his face off or whatever. And yeah, it turned out like so that the police were like, okay, well, you didn't try to kill him because of this and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, Philip got in some trouble. I actually got to know Philip. The fact of the matter was, he actually had it turned at Brian's face. But from other kids, like shutting the lockers or whatever, it made it slowly shift. So when Brian got to his locker and opened it, it had fallen down enough, like tilted enough, where it was pointed at Brian's chest instead of his face. But he was like, yeah, that shit was supposed to hit him in the face. And it was like, God damn, dude, like you're a fucking savage. Yeah, true story. I can probably find the news article. It was big news. Like it was big, but and that's what it was all about. Was he fucking like he was a science nerd and he just wasn't going to take that shit from a jock anymore. And he was like, "How do I get him? I got it. I'll just use my science and science his ass." Yeah, he like I said, it was crazy enough. It was like, dude, because I was joking with him, like we're fucking drinking, joking around or whatever, and it was just like, yeah, man, ooh, like you could have killed him, like if that had gone off in his face, that might even have killed him. So like it's a good thing you pointed at his chest. He's like, oh, I didn't point it at his chest. People slamming the locker made that thing shift. Otherwise, he's like, I had that shit aimed for his face. I was like, oh God. Like, glad you're my friend. Heidi, 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 ho, friend. Like, glad you're on my team. Glad I didn't fuck with you. Yeah, Forever's kind of like that too. Forever would, like you said, walking around with bomb parts and like some of the books he walked around with. Um, like it'd be like, oh, let's go fuck with that kid. Yeah, that might not be your best idea. Yeah, disclaimer: the only reason because and yeah, the safety section was extensive. It was, and I mean, the good part is forever. You are past the statute of limitations for that, and you never hurt anybody permanently or scarred them or anything. So like there may have been one or two that their nervous system might have shut down and they might have pissed or shit themselves from an electrical shock, but There was definitely stuff in those books that you gave me that could have been seriously lethal. Like if you applied them. And I always held on to them fucking books. Like I was just like, this stuff is gold mine. Like if the world ever ended, those two books were two books that I would love to have on hand. Yeah. The actually I think one of my favorite things in there in the one book was the smoke screen for a car. So what you did was the exhaust manifold, and this is alleged. I don't know if this actually works because I never tried it, and I'm not suggesting for anyone to try it. And yeah, this is only for educational purposes and my favorite idea from a book, not something that you should implement ever. But basically, you drilled in a hole in your exhaust manifold and you ran tubing to it that was hooked to like a squeeze a squeezy, like they use them to clear babies' noses, like that kind of thing. And you would take that little squeeze ball thing and you would fill it up with castor oil. And apparently, like I said, never tried this, don't know if it works, but apparently if castor oil hit the exhaust manifold, because of how hot it is, it would immediately start smoking. And because it's blowing out of the exhaust, like the exhaust manifold feeds to the exhaust behind your car, it creates a smoke screen. Now, I never tried it. I'm not saying you should try it. I'm pretty sure if you drill a hole in your exhaust manifold, you're going to be pretty pissed off, right? However, in theory, it sounded really fucking cool. I kind of always wanted to try it, and the guy who authored that little section of the book even said like he had tried it, it worked, and if I remember correctly, he said this he couldn't get it to stop smoking and filled up like pretty much a city block with just smoke. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's just it. Good trick from Spy Hunter. There you go. Thank you forever. Yeah, in the game Spy Hunter, that's how they did it. That's how the car could shoot a smoke screen. Allegedly. I mean, I wonder if that shit worked though. I always did. Like I was always curious about that, and I never had the balls to drill a hole in the exhaust manifold and try it. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely something they used in the video game. Do 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 do. Dear Lord. Oh, I'm gonna finish up my cigarette, and I think we will call it a night, ladies and gentlemen. We're definitely at that point where we're only pushing 2 o'clock too. I'm fucking exhausted. I really need to keep energy drinks on hand. Does he actually look good? I mean, the hardest part was the gray the other night. I don't feel like I did all that much tonight. I just tried to tighten up the face, give him a little color under the eyes, a little on the eye, and the the brow, tighten up the hair a bit. I'm still pissed because now I've got to. I can't even call them a finished product. I've got to reprint this whole button charret, and then I'm gonna have to spray it black again, and pretty much hit it with gold. And I was gonna inlay, like, I don't even know if you guys can see it. Once I noticed it was broken, it was pretty much good game on this. Let me see. Let's see if I can't get this in view. But it actually has the one ring scrolling on it. I don't know if you guys can see it or not. Let me see. Bring it in as tight as I can to the camera. See if it picks it up. There it goes. Yeah. You can see the scrolling on the ring. So I was going to do that in like orange red. So it looked like it was lit or what have you. And then I just got to get that piece reprinted and glue it right on. And that's pretty much it. He's done. Thanks, Ian. Appreciate it. Oh, good lord, guys. I can't believe I'm fucking 50 years old either. Like, when the hell did I get so old? I definitely don't. Oh, no, I do. My body feels like 75, but I don't ever remember saying, hey, one day I'll be 50 years old and talking shit on the internet with friends from high school and some really cool people that I met all over the internet. I don't remember that ever being in my life, one of my life goals, guys, but apparently it all worked out that way. Like, yeah, definitely, I definitely don't remember that. But the one thing I can say is I appreciate each and every one of you. Anybody subscribe, listen for 5 minutes, or listen for like 5 hours, I appreciate the hell out of you guys. I always appreciate Miss Sheree, greatest mods on these interwebs. You had easy duty, I think, this week. You only had one stream to deal with on Wednesday, and then you know the regular GAM schedule. I mean, Beans, I'm here for a reason. Let's just hope that reason isn't to lead a battle against an antichrist or something, right? you know, but and shout out the stranded life form, for God's sake. Thank you for watching the replays, and thank you for thank you for flying GAM Airlines. I appreciate you every time. Your frequent flyer miles are definitely adding up. Beans, thank you. Even when you're sick, I kind of figured you were in the background. There's always people watching. I don't know who they are. Sometimes it's 6, sometimes it's forever. Shout out to both of them. Um, Ian, thank you. I'm happy you're here. Shout out to SE Wolverines. And keep doing what you're doing. You need to be monetized real goddamn soon, brother. You do it, and then, like, it'll probably make it easier for me for some reason. I don't know why. It just seems to always work that way. Good people deserve good things, and you definitely earn it, man. And yeah, Beans, feel better. Please feel better. Shout out to E Rock too. We didn't see him tonight, but shout out to him. And you know, shout out to every last one of you 115 amazing people that subbed to me. I do appreciate the fuck out of every last one of you. But thank you guys. Thank you. Hopefully you had fun. Hopefully we learned something. Hopefully everybody kind of had a good time. But yeah, as always, I'm Gam, and I'll be back tomorrow night playing whatever game. I got to do Act 5 of Gears of War tomorrow. Maybe I'll do the final boss battle on Portal so I can take them both off my Xbox hard drive. Maybe I'll do some Helldivers. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. But we're definitely wiping out some games off the old hard drive and probably installing other ones. Marvel Rivals, I think their new season starts tomorrow. I might jump into that and check out Angela, who is the new tank, Thor's sister. She looks like a Valkyrie. But yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate every last one of you. I'll see you tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Uh, what is that? Is that like 7 o'clock Mountain Time, Central Time? I think, Beans. 5 o'clock on if you're on Pacific Time. Special shout out to Steve Kerfuffle as well. If you watch this, listen to it. No, we miss you, brother, and we can't wait till you're back in chat. But thank you guys. I'll see you tomorrow night. Everybody hang tough, and just remember, don't take shit from anybody. Good night, guys.